All right, guys. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. We need to discuss corporate actions today, right? Hi, hello.
Yeah, hi Sumit.
Hi, Sumit.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. So let me close all this file. Which file is this? Save. Let me close all the unnecessary items and then we'll start. How's the preparation going on, guys? Have you guys got serious after my last session's talk with you? Have you guys started preparing?
Yeah, Sumit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's good. So till last session, we had completed what collateral management, right?
Collateral management.
Collateral management.
Yes.
Today we will do corporate action.
Asset management, sir.
It's fine. Corporate actions today, asset management tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Sumit.
Okay, sir.
Corporate actions today, asset management tomorrow. Okay. So I'm really glad to know that you guys have started preparing already, and you have taken my bombarding seriously and studying. Good point. Good thing. So today what we are going to do?
Corporate action.
Corporate actions.
Corporate actions. Audio भी सही कर दो. I got really. My last sessions went without any break actually, guys. If we didn't take even a single break, so 4 hours continuously, 12 to 4 now. That is why I went down to grab water and got a bottle filled of water. Now I'm again energized. I asked my wife to make tea. Tea would be coming in few minutes. Well, that will again give me push to energy. By the way, Sadhika, is it working for you today? Sadhika, are you working in the office today also? Or is this not?
She is working as I knew, sir, but I don't know about the office.
Oh, okay. स्टार्ट कर देता हूँ. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sumit. Yes, Sumit, you are audible.
Thank you. Corporate actions, guys. So, guys, what are the various financial products which are there? Tell me. What are the various financial products which are there?
Equities, fixed income, money markets, and
Equities,
stock.
Brilliant.
Derivatives.
equities, bonds, money market
Bonds.
instruments, commercial
Hybrid.
paper, certificate of deposits.
And there are some money market instruments as
Money
said
market
by
instruments. Yeah.
money market instruments. So what can be some of those instruments? T-bills,
Treasury bills,
TPs,
commercial paper,
It
certificate of
comes under
deposits.
money market instruments. only.
CDs,
Commercial papers.
treasury bills and all, right?
Yeah.
Commercial papers and all. Similarly, there's something called as trade life cycle. What is trade life cycle?
The life cycle of the trade initiation, the birth of the
And
trade.
how many
and,
steps are there?
There are nearly 12
12
steps.
steps, sir.
12 steps.
12 steps, right? So it starts with what? A trade life cycle starts
Trade
with what?
initiation.
Trade
Trade
initiation.
initiation.
And it ends with what? Trade life cycle ends with what?
Post-trading settlement.
Post-trade.
No, it ends with settlement. Post-trade settlement is a step in trade life cycle at your end. I agree, but trade ends at what?
Settlement on.
With settlement only, trade is end.
Trade settlement.
And
Yes, sir.
but after that we do the reporting. So post-trade settlement is most of reporting work. Okay, but trade life cycle ends with the settlement, right? Like trade life cycle, there is something called as product life cycle. So what can be product life cycle? Anybody has any idea? What can be product life cycle?
Raw material to final product.
With respect to financial products we're talking about, or financial instruments we're talking about. Think about it. Think about it. So it would be birth of the instrument. What can be instrument? Equities, for example. Equity is an instrument. So equity is bond means security is issued. Security is issued. So issuance is what? Beginning of the cycle. And what would be the end of cycle? Think about it. If birth is the start, what would be the end?
Buyback. Maturity.
I'm saying if birth is the start, what would be the death? Death is the end, right? So death.
Yeah.
And death of securities happens with what? Redemptions.
Liquidity.
Yeah, redemption.
Redemptions of the securities, right? In case of debt securities, right? Or money market securities, they are redeemed. There is a fixed tenure for which they are issued, right? After that, they are redeemed. That means they are dead. Or somebody rightly said, in case of equity, it can be buyback or it can be dissolution of the company. Dissolution or liquidation of the company, right? Of the issuer. If issuer is dissolved or liquidated, then also the securities will cease to exist, right? Now, looking at the trade life cycle and product life cycle tells me which should be larger. Product life cycle should be larger or trade life cycle should be larger?
Product
life.
Product life cycle.
Why product life cycle should be greater?
Because we don't know when the company will liquidate or when the redemption of the security will happen.
We
Trade
would be
life cycle.
knowing redemption. We would be knowing redemption. We would be knowing. For example, if you go subscribe to a bond, right? So redemption date is already known. Right? Bond tenure is already known to you, right? 5 years, for example. So we know what exact date redemption will happen. Dissolution and liquidation is not known. Still, even if we know it, what is the redemption due date? Still, product life cycle is greater than trade life cycle. Why? Because trade life cycle. For example, security is issued. So what trade life cycle will end with what? That payment by shareholder to company and security transfer from company to shareholder. Yes or no? Hello? When security is issued, there would be a trade life cycle. Yes or no? But when would trade life cycle be over? As soon as the securities are transferred from company to shareholder and money is transferred from shareholder to company. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? So Security issuance will have a trade life cycle. Redemption will also have a different trade life cycle, in which what will happen? Securities will be transferred from shareholder to company, and money will be transferred from company to shareholder. Yes or no? Settlement will happen that way. Yes or no? Huh? So
Sir.
yeah. So product life cycle is greater than trade life cycle. Is this thing clear? Is this thing clear? Tell me. We need to have this understanding of this, so that is why I'm asking. Is this thing clear? Is the product life cycle thing clear, guys? Please tell me. Why not? Why not you speak, guys? क्या issue है? मेरे को समझ नहीं आता. पिछली बार भी इतना issue हुआ था. आप लोग बोलते क्यों नहीं? श्रीवत्स सर, can you not unmute and talk? What is the problem यार? क्या issue हो जाता है yes बोलने में? Or if you have any question, please ask me. I'm here to respond. Please, please, please ask me the question. If you have any. I get so excited. I plan for it during the week. I study also so that I can teach you. But you guys, when you not respond, my entire enthusiasm goes down. I feel like, why am I teaching? I don't know. None of my batch, I have anyone, I ever feel like this the way you made me feel, guys. You never respond to me. I don't know what is the issue. I have created plans for you. I told you I created groups for you to study. In other sessions, you go and check. The trainer will come, will teach, will go. But still, you guys are not enthusiastic about it. I don't know why. If there is any challenge, tell me now. Now I will change. I will change any particular thing if you are not liking, if you are not able to connect with what I'm teaching, if you are not able to connect with it, I can explain it in a different format if you want.
No, everything good, Smith.
Okay. All right. So product life cycle, why I explain you product life cycle, guys, because it is important. Because corporate action happens during product life cycle. Corporate actions happen during product life cycle. So during product life cycle, during the product life cycle,
During the product life cycle.
during the product life cycle, the product issuer, product क्या है? यहाँ पर product कोई company का product नहीं है. The product is what? A financial instrument. It can be a debt. That means it can be a bond. Product can be what? Product can be equity.
Product can be a bonds, equity,
bond,
money mortgage
or
instrument.
as rightly said by Fonny, money market instrument like T-bills or CPCD, right? Or MMI. So the product issuer, who? The product issuer. So who would be equity issuer? A company. Bond issuer can be a company or can be government, right? Money market instrument issuer can be again a company. CPs can be issued by company, right? CDs can be issued by banks,
commercial banks.
or T-bills can be issued by RBI. Or the government can also have certain instruments, right?
Correct.
So the product issuer is clear, right? So the product issuer may create events or benefits during the life cycle to the investor. During the which life cycle? Product life cycle.
Product life
during
cycle.
the life cycle.
Product life cycle.
Yeah, product life cycle. And these benefits are created for whom? For the investors or
Investors.
Shareholders.
Who are investors or who can be investors? Investors can be institutional investors. Investors can be retail investors. Or investors can be HNIs investors.
High net worth investors.
So product life cycle is generally always greater than trade life cycle. And during product life cycle, the product issuer creates certain kind of actions or benefits for the investors or to the investors, or those benefits and actions are nothing but corporate actions. Those benefits and actions are nothing but
Corporate actions.
Corporate actions.
Categorized as corporate actions, right?
Corporate actions.
Yes. So now if I have to give a little broader definition to this, So let me write something to a little broader. So corporate action definition. Okay. So what is corporate action? Corporate action is nothing but an event. So is an event initiated by whom?
Company.
Initiated by
Issuer.
the 99% of the cases, who would be the initiator? Issuer.
Yeah.
So initiated by the issuer. Sometimes it can be initiated by security holder, and the chances of that is, again, as I said, very low. Or sometimes it can be issued by third party. Again, the chances for such actions are again very, very low, and we will see a couple of such cases. Okay. So who can be the issuer of this event, or who can be the initiator of these events?
Issuer.
99% of the cases, it's the issuer of the
Issuer.
security.
Security
Few
holder.
percentage or couple of percentage chances that a security holder or a
Security holder or
third party is an initiator, which may or may not have the impact on securities. Impact on securities or security holders. Let me write it like this: securities holders, cash or cash balance, or securities balance, or both, or market valuation of the securities. Market valuation of the. So again, let's read it. Corporate action is an event initiated by the issuer or
by the
security
security holder or by the
third party, which may or may not have impact on. So which may have an impact on cash balance of the security holder, or securities balance of the security holder, or market value of the securities. Can market value be different? Yes, because share, for example, if it is equity, the equity shares are traded in the market, so there is a market event, right? So an investor has cash balance as well as securities balance, right? So which may means what? This corporate actions, which is an event, may or may not have an impact on security holders' cash balance or securities balance or market valuation of the securities. Is it clear?
Yes.
So what is corporate action? So what is corporate action? Who would read it? Corporate action is an event.
Sir. Corporate action
is an event
initiated
by
issuer
by
or
the security issuer or the
Issuer
or
or by the security holder
security
or
holder
by the
or
third
third
party,
or by
which
the third
may or
party
may not have impact on the
which may
security.
or may not have, correct, which may or may not have
may not have an
impact
impact on the
security holder.
security holders,
security holder, cash holders,
or securities
or
balance,
the market valuation
or
of the
both,
security.
or market value of the securities. Right? Brilliant. Now, who is the issuer? Or rather than saying issuer, we all know issuer, but still, issuer कौन कौन हो सकता है? Who can be issuer? Board of directors.
The company itself.
Yeah, board of directors of the company, board of directors, or AGM, annual general meeting happens, right? I'm talking about the issuer, not third party. Government can be third party. See, initiation can be done by whom? Initiated by either issuer or
shareholder
security
or
holder or third party. So government can be categorized as third party, I agree, but issuer can be what? Board of directors, AGMs, or EGMs. All these meetings happens, right? Their corporate actions can be declared. EGMs of the company. Holder, who is holder? Investor, right? And who can third party? Third party can be an exchange, or government will be represented by whom? Regulators, right? The exchange or regulators or other companies. So issuer can be who? Board of directors. Generally, the company
Board of
itself
directors.
would be the issuer as a will be and in the AGMs and EGMs also issues are discussed and corporate actions happen, right? Holder can be one of the, we said security holder can be one of the parties who would be initiating corporate action. So it is investors, and third party mein who can be the third parties, exchanges, regulators, or other companies. So these are 99% of the corporate actions will be initiated by whom? Issuer. Holder
Board
and
of
third party.
issuer, board of directors.
And holder and third party will be very low chances. So let's talk about the financial products, right? We said these are the various financial products are, right? So let's talk about the types of all this. So an equity can be of how many types? Equity can be in the form of what? Common shares,
Preference share.
Preference shares.
preferred
ADR,
shares,
Preferential.
ADR and UDR.
ADRs, okay, GDRs.
IDRs.
It can be warrants also.
Hmm.
Because warrants carry the right to buy the equity shares at a pre-decided price, right?
Period of time.
Yes, sir.
Now, what can be the various kind of bonds? Bonds can be corporate bond,
Corporate bond, government bonds.
Government bond, municipal bond.
municipal bonds, and government bonds, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Hybrid products can be of what type, or what can be various hybrid products? Convertible bonds.
Convertible securities.
Convertible bonds can be there. Convertible preferred shares can be there. Exchangeable bonds can be there. What are exchangeable bonds?
Exchange from one issuer bond into the another issuer.
Yes. That means you can exchange the bonds from
One type of bond to
one
other type.
company to another company.
Yeah,
right?
one company to another
Or
company.
one issuer to another issuer. Right?
Another issuer. Yeah.
Brilliant. And money market we already talked about, right? T-bills, CPs, commercial paper, certificate of deposits, and all are the various instruments, right? There can be some indirect investment products. What can be those? So these are direct investment products, right? Common shares and all are direct investment. What can be some indirect investment products?
Mutual funds,
Yes, mutual funds.
hedge funds,
Yes, hedge funds. Mutual funds and all can be various indirect investment products, right? So largely mutual funds, and as you said. Now, securities investors. So these are the very securities type. Now let's talk about some of the securities investors. I know you guys already know this, but I just do it so that it is a revision also, and it brings the context also. What are the various securities investors? AMCs, asset management companies, right?
Yes.
Asset management companies can be in the form of a mutual fund, or a hedge fund, or a pension fund, right? Right?
Yes.
Similarly, what else?
Portfolio management
NBFCs. NBFCs. So that would be asset management companies only, na? Portfolio management services will be asset management only,
service.
right?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
NBFCs can be there. Sovereign wealth fund can be there.
Insurance companies.
Insurance companies, okay. They can be investors, okay. Insurance companies. Then banks, banking companies, right? Then cash-rich corporates.
HNIs.
Yeah. HNIs, okay. So those would be retail. Let me put all these as institutional investors. Because HNI would be part of institutional investors. Yes, and HNI will be part of what? Retail investors. So under retail investors, how many categories will be there? Retail, or rather than writing individual, let me write individual investors, not retail, sorry. Individual investors. Who can be individual investors? Retail investors and HNIs. Then in institutional investors, AMC, NBFCs, sovereign wealth fund, insurance companies, banking companies, cash-rich corporates. Central bank can be there, yes or no? Central bank can also invest in bonds and all, right? Wealth management, general wealth management companies or firms, right? So yeah, these are the various investors, institutional investors which are there, and these are the various instruments or financial products, equities, bonds, hybrid, money market instruments. Under equity, we have common shares, preferred shares, ADR, GDRs, right? Then under bonds, we have corporate bonds, municipal bonds, government bonds, hybrid, convertible bonds, exchangeable bonds, convertible preference shares, right? Money market instruments for T-bills, CPs, CDs, commercial papers, certificate deposits, right? Indirect investments can be in the form of mutual fund. Okay. Now let's talk about some of the types of corporate actions. So far, any question, guys?
No questions.
No, sir.
Type of corporate actions. So generally, generally corporate actions are classified. Generally, they are classified from the investor's perspective, guys. From whom perspective? Generally, corporate actions are classified from whose perspectives?
Investors.
From the investors, or you can also call them securities holders, right? Holders. Right? So what are the type of corporate actions which can be there? First, mandatory corporate actions. From whose perspective? From investors' perspective, it is mandatory to accept mandatory corporate actions. Second, voluntary corporate actions. So what can be voluntary?
Right issue.
Like a choice.
Hey, don't give me example. We will first explain it and then we'll go to one all the examples of various examples of corporate actions, right? So voluntary corporate actions. And the third one is mandatory with options. Mandatory with options corporate actions. Yeah, so these can be the three different types of corporate actions, guys. From whose perspectives?
Investors' perspectives.
Investors' perspectives. Right. So what is going to be mandatory corporate action?
Bonus issue.
And don't give, again I said don't give me example, just abhi mat bolo. Yes, bonus issue is mandatory corporate action, but feel confused. I will take you the example. I'm asking from the perspective definitions. Basically, mandatory corporate action will be what? Investors or security holders do not have a choice, right? They do not have a choice of saying yes or no to the corporate actions. That means what? Investors can't say yes or no to the corporate action. So investors receive this corporate action whether they like it or not, because there is no choice, simply, right? So they have to
Yes, sir.
they have to accept it. Whatever the corporate action is initiated by corporate or issuer, investors will have to do what? Has no choice but to accept it. So it is compulsory. It is compulsory for investors or securities holders. Right? So mandatory means mandatory, as the name suggests, right? Investors have no choice. They have to compulsorily accept whatever the corporate actions declared by the issuer. Second is voluntary corporate actions. So what could be called? Let's write it. Investors have a choice. Investors have a choice of saying yes or no to this type of corporate actions. That means what? Investors can decide they want it or not, right? So,
Yes.
the security holders who wish to receive this corporate action, they can say what? Yes, right? They can say yes, we accept it to the corporate action. And investors and security holders who do not wish to, investors or security holders who do not wish to receive this corporate action, they can do what? They can say
No to the
No.
corp-
no to the corporate
corporate action.
action, right? Just give me a second. I'll just go on 1 second break. I'll come. Just give me a second. All right, guys. Sorry for this. Someone on the door, so I had to attend him. Okay. So we had covered mandatory and voluntary, right?
Yes, sir.
Guys, am I audible?
Audible, Sumit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The next is mandatory with option. Mandatory is there, but option is also there. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Mandatory with option. That means what? This corporate action, is a mandatory. There is no denial to that. It is a mandatory. But options are given to the investors. Options are given to the investors. So like this, choose option A or B, and if you do not choose any of the option, if you do not choose any of the option, so what you will get? You will get default A. Are you getting this?
Yeah.
Guys, investors are given
Sir.
options, and if investors do not respond within the timeline, what will happen? Default will
Default will happen.
be released to investor. Right? So this corporate action is what? It is mandatory. Is mandatory.
Mandatory with option.
But options are given to the investors. Example is option A or B, or if you do not give any choice, then default A will be anyways process. So default A to aana hi hai, but if you want B, you can take B, right?
Yes.
So the corporate action, but always remember, corporate action kya hai? This corporate action is what? Mandatory. Or other word, you can say this corporate action is compulsory. Compulsory to hai. The only thing is this, that if you will not choose any of the option, then default will definitely happen. So compulsory is there. It is compulsory. Any questions so far?
No.
No, sir.
So please define corporate action. What is corporate action? What is corporate action?
Action
Corporate
is
action is an
ठीक है.
event
initiated.
Just let
stated by
no. Give me a second. Anuja, do you want to respond to this question? Anuja, do you feel like responding to this?
Yes, Sumit. Corporate
Please go
action is nothing but an event initiated by issuer, sometimes by security holder or by security holder or by
Or third party.
Yes.
Yes.
Third party, which may or may not have impact on security cash balance or security
holders cash balance.
security holders cash balance or security balance or both or market valuation of the security.
Brilliant, Anuja. Brilliant. This is like brilliant. I'm really impressed. Great. So tell me, what are the different kind of securities are there on which corporate action generally can come? Anuja, I don't answer. Abhishek,
Yeah.
let Abhishek answer.
Equities, bonds, hybrids are there. Then money market instruments are there.
What is exchangeable bond?
Hasmit?
What is exchangeable bond?
Yeah.
Exchangeable bond. What is exchangeable bond? I'm saying.
It is a hybrid, Sumit. It is a hybrid instrument, financial instrument.
But can you define what is it?
Exchangeable bond, like for one, it is exchange between like two companies. For one bond issuer is exchange with another bond issuer.
Brilliant, great.
Yeah.
What is mandatory with option corporate action, Abdul? What is mandatory with option corporate action?
Yeah, Sumit, the corporate action with the option, the issuer can get it is a compulsory, but with the compulsory we get the options. Out of the two or more, we have to select the one. It is compulsory to select the one out of many.
And if you do not select one, then
it will be an
there will be a defined default
default. Yeah,
there would
it
be
is compulsory to select
options. While giving the options, issuer will define the default option also. If you will not select any of these, then default ye to hona hi, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's talk about, guys, some of the important corporate action life cycle related dates. So some important dates in corporate action life cycle. Some important dates. The first date is corporate action announcement date. Corporate action announcement date. What is this? the date on which corporate
The
action
day
is
which-
announced,
Announced to the public
Right.
or investors.
Published.
the date on which
It was published.
the corporate action is announced by the issuer. Right? So basically, this date, guys, you need to remember this. This date is generally the date on which the board of directors have taken decision on the corporate action. This corporate action is announced through various medium. It can be announced through various medium. Somebody rightly said published. Somebody said published, right? So this corporate action can be announced to the stock exchange. Okay, but let me, okay, there are various mediums, so let me write. So as announcement can be made. Let me write this. Corporate action announcement can be made through various mediums. Okay. What are those mediums? Let's look at them. A, if the stock is listed, then it will be informed to the stock exchange. In case if the stock is listed of that company, then company will compulsory need to do what? It need to inform whom? Stock exchanges about the action. Similarly, another mediums can be this corporate action can be informed to CSDs, Central Security Depositories, right? See, the corporate action can be informed to ROCs. What is ROCs? Registrar of Companies.
Registrar of Companies.
And fourth, as somebody rightly said, this corporate action can be published in newspaper or website of the company or some magazine, website of the company or some magazine. Okay. So what are the various mechanisms through which corporate action can be announced?
Sir, what is CSD? I didn't
informing
get
the
it.
stock exchange,
Or CSDs. Who will tell what is CSDs?
Trading system
central
depository.
security depositories.
Okay.
Security depositories, right? Security depositories, central security depositories. Brilliant. So what are the various ways of announcing the corporate actions or mediums to announce the corporate actions?
Stock exchange.
By informing the
Give a
stock
proper
exchange that the stock
articulation.
is
As I said
listed.
that day, articulation should be superior. It should not be just one word. Give a proper articulated response. Yeah.
If the
If the
stock
stock is listed, a company can inform the stock exchange about the corporate action. And it can be informed to the central security depositories.
Correct.
And it can also be informed to the registrar of companies.
Correct.
And the same can be published in newspapers, website, company's website, or different magazines.
Correct. Brilliant. So securities corporate action announcement, the date on which corporate action is announced by the issuer, right? Right.
Yes, Sumit.
Right. Then comes second, corporate action X date. What is the second? X date. But this second is dependent on third. So first we will talk about the third. Third is what? Corporate action. Corporate action. Record date.
Yeah.
First record date will come, will be announced. Record date will be announced. Accordingly, X date will be announced. And X date will be a day before record date. But chronologically, X date will be before record date. But from the perspective of announcement, record date will be announced before and then X date will be announced. Are you getting what I'm saying? So that is why chronologically record date is third, because X date has to be a day before record date. But record date needs to be decided first and then X date will be decided. So chronologically, the X date will be coming first, but from announcement perspective, record date will be decided first. What is record date? Corporate action record date?
Corporate action record date is, on the date the registrar or central security depository decide which person is eligible to take that corporate action.
Correct. Which person is eligible based on the ownership of them,
Ownership
right? Of the securities. Brilliant. So record date is the date. This is the date on which the eligible securities holders list is taken. Eligibility security holder list is taken from, as rightly said by you, Funny, CSDs or registrar or transfer agent, RTAs. You said registrar, but perfect name is RTA. What is RTA? Registrar and
Transfer agent.
And transfer agent. So guys, you need to understand that earlier there was no CSD, there was only registrar and transfer agents. So registrar and transfer agents needs takes the control of what? Takes the accounting of physical securities. Takes the accounting of physical securities. So when there were no dematerialized securities, all the accounting and recording regarding physical securities were taken care of by whom? RTs, registrar and transfer agents. Even till today, there are many private companies for which securities are in physical form only. So who will take care of who is the ownership and everything, and the recording of the name of the owners of the securities of all the physical securities? Who takes care of it? RTA. Registrar and transfer agents. So this is the date on which the eligible security holders list is taken from CSDs or RTS and decided that whoever is the owner of the security on this date, that means on the record date, this date will be eligible to what? Is eligible to receive the benefits of corporate actions, to receive the benefits of corporate actions or to receive the corporate actions. So why it is important, guys? Because there is a concept of transaction, yes or no? So for example, if I sold shares of Tata Motors today, when will, if I am holding Tata Motors shares in my demat account and if I sold today, when will these shares go out of my account? Huh?
T plus 2.
T plus 2 days. T plus 2 days, right? So that means I will remain owners for even today. In the records of CSDs, I would remain owner even today. Though I have sold the shares, I will remain what? The owner of the shares even today and even on Monday, because it is 2 plus working days, right? Yes or no? T plus 2 working days. So only on Tuesday, the shares will be transferred on the name of the buyer. So the ownership will change when in T plus 2 days. Are you getting this? What I'm saying is?
Yeah.
For example, if I sold some shares on Friday of Tata Motors, still it will remain under my ownership as per the record. So that is why record date is what date. Record date do not take into consideration who has transferred which shares and who has sold or who has bought. Whosoever is on that particular date is in the list, is recorded as the owner of the securities, will be eligible for what? For receiving the corporate action. Doesn't matter if he has put a sale order or buy order. For example, if I have bought if I have put a buy order on record date, tell me, will I be eligible for receiving the securities corporate action?
No.
For example, record date decided is 11th March. Okay. And for example, I bought shares of Tata Motors on 11th March. I bought shares of Tata Motors on which date? On 11th March. Tell me, will I be eligible to receive corporate action?
No.
No, Sumit.
No.
No. Why?
Because the transfer
Because
happens
the
on T plus two
ownership,
days.
as per the record, the ownership will be transferred to me on not on 11th. It will be transferred on the T+2 working days fashion, right? So more obviously on 12th and 13th is holiday, 14th and 15th. By 15th, I would be the owner, right? So on record date, who would be the owner? If 11th is a record date, the seller would remain as a owner. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So it is a very important day, guys. You need to understand. So what is corporate action record date?
The date on which eligible shareholders are recorded for the corporate action.
The day on which eligible securities holders list is taken from CSDs and RTAs and decided that who is the owner of the security on that day based on the database of CSDs and RTAs. Whosoever is the owner recorded in the database would be considered as beneficiary of corporate action, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So record date, you need to also need to know that record date can be announced on the announcement date, or it can be announced later on. Okay. So means what? Record date, announcement date pe issuer can just make an announcement that we are going to give dividend. But when, what is the record date, what is the X date, nothing will be announced. It can happen. Yes, it can. Or on the announcement date itself, government, the company, the issuer can say, we are issuing, we are going to pay dividend, 10 rupees per share, and the record date will be 21st April. Is that possible? Yes, is that possible? So announcement can happen on the same day of the announcement date for record date, or it can happen on a later date also. Is it clear?
Yes.
Clear, Sumit. So we can also call it corporate action record date. We can also call it ownership record date, because ultimately what is recorded? Ownership is established, right? That who is the owner on the record date will be considered as owner for the security. So record date can be announced when? Can be announced on the announcement date or
Announcement date or later.
Subsequently after the announcement, right? Let me a little bit clarify. So it can be subsequently announced after the this date. Right. Now, the last and the fourth important date is, we'll talk about the X date, don't worry, we'll talk about it. Corporate action payment date or effective date. Corporate action payment date, or not all corporate action requires payment, so we can either call it payment date or effective date. What is this? Basically, this is the date on which corporate action benefits will be transferred to the eligible security holders, right? So this would be the date on which corporate action benefits will be transferred to the eligible securities holders. Record date is a date on which ownership would be decided. effective date will be the date on which the corporate action will be ultimately transferred to the beneficiary's account, right? So for example, if it is dividend, so for example, announcement date is 10th April. The announcement date is 10th March. Right now, March is going, right? So that means what? On 10th March, company declared dividend, right? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But can company declare announcement on 10th March and make the payment also on 10th March? Is it possible?
No.
No. Why?
No, sir.
Because it has to give clear time to people to change the ownership. If somebody doesn't want to accept the dividend, it is his choice. And also, so if the announcement date is 10th, then before declaring corporate action payment date, what is more important?
Record
What
date.
would be the record date? So shareholders should be given enough time to either own or sell the securities according to their wish of receiving it or not, right? So ownership record date needs to be mentioned. So for example, they announced 20th March as ownership record date. Can corporate action payment date be 20th March?
No.
No, sir.
Generally, it will not be. But if it happens, is there any problem? Because whosoever is owner on 10th March, they are transferring the money to. So even if they do on 20th March or 30th March, does it make difference? Tell me.
No.
Will the amount differ? Whosoever is owner on 20th March is eligible to receive corporate action, right? So if that now, because it is established that this guy is owner on 20th March, so he can receive on 20th March the payment or 30th March the payment. What is the difference? Tell me. There's no difference, right?
But the new
generally it
investors
will not
have
be.
the problem.
Investors, so that's what I'm saying. On 20th March, whosoever is owner is eligible to receive. How does it matter that now they receive on 20th March or 30th March? Think about it. In fact, investors would be wanting to receive as soon as it is established that they are eligible. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right? Sooner is better or later is better?
Sooner.
Think about it. Right? For example, if it is dividend and they are expecting 10 rupees dividend and companies declare 10 rupees dividend per share and you are holding 10,000 shares. So how much money will you receive? 1 lakh,
1 lakh
right?
rupees.
So would you like to receive 1 lakh in 20th March and 30th March? Tell me.
28th March.
Early is better, right? The investor would not have any problem. Try to understand. It is company's perspective that company would generally not keep on the same date because there is a lot of work involved, right? What if somebody's ownership is transferred on 20th March evening? Why? Because that guy would have done transaction of 17th March or 18th March, right? So if ownership is transferred, so by the day end, whosoever ownership is transferred in the database of CSDs, that all will be considered as owner on 20th March, right? Because somebody who's bought the shares on 17th March, technically he'll become owner by 20th March, right? So is he eligible? Technically he's eligible. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
But his ownership might be recorded as an owner by the end of the day, manually, end of the day. So that is why they have to wait for end of the day. And after once recording this, there is a lot of operational work. They will have to give standing instruction to their bank. See, these are the people and these are their account numbers. Now please transfer the money to these all accounts. So bank will verify it. There can be maker checker thing. Bank their account number mein koi issue hai. There can be certain issues. So all these operational issue can be there. And considering all this will take time. So generally company will have a corporate action payment date or effective date a little later than the ownership record date. The probability of corporate action payment or effective date to be on 30th March is higher as compared to 20th March, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, corporate action X date, right? So basically, this is not announced by the company, guys. X date will not be announced by the company. This is going to be announced by whom? This is, and X date is only announced in case of publicly listed stock. So this will be announced by, this is announced by exchanges. So it is only applicable. X date is only applicable for whom? For the companies which are or where the security
Listed.
or stock is listed, right? So basically, X date is the date, and it will be announced by exchanges. So exchange will be date. X date will be a date from this date onwards, basically. So from this date onwards, the stock is trading without corporate action benefit. So basically, this is only for listed security. This is only for applicable only for whom?
Listed securities.
Listed securities. Right. So basically, if 20th March is the record date, tell me what would be the X date? Because X date is the date on which if you trade or if you buy the stock, you are not going to get any corporate action benefit. So what is the earliest date which is possible? If 20th March is the record date, what is the earliest date on which you think the benefits will not be no more there? And forget about the weekdays and weekends right now.
19th March, sir.
Brilliant. 19th March.
One day prior, one day business day prior to record date.
Why? Why? Because 18th March is the latest you need to become a buyer, so that 20th March that the ownership gets shifted to your name. If you want to take the advantage of corporate action. So till 18th March, whosoever is trading has this in his mind that the buyer will have a corporate action benefits coming to his account, right? But on 19th March, it is no more any point. If you are buying, it should not be the corporate action benefit which should motivate you to be a buyer, right? You are buying. So it's not that buying will not happen. Buying and selling will keep on happening in the stock 24/7, right? Not 24/7, but during the market rounds, right? So buying and selling will happen. But in that buying and selling, what is not priced in? Corporate action is no more priced in now, because the buyer is not going to get any corporate action, and the seller on 19th March will be eligible for corporate action. Yes or no? The seller will be eligible for corporate action because till 20th, the seller only will be the owner of the securities. Yes or no?
Yes,
as per the record, right? So X date is only applicable for listed date. So chronologically, if you see, 19th March will come before 20th March, and that is why I have written X date above record date. But from the perspective of announcing the dates, which dates will be announced first, record date or X date? Which dates will be announced first, record date or X date?
Record date, sir.
Record date.
First companies will issue record date, and seeing the record date, exchange will declare X date, right? Which would be a day before, a working day before X date, record date, right? Yeah.
Correct.
And the announcement date, or announcement date is the day of announcement. The announcement date, record date, and payment effective date can be recorded in the same day. Yes or no? Yes or no? Company can declare all the three dates at the same day. Yes or no? Announcement date is the date of declaration. They can say record date is 20th and 30th is the payment effective date. So all these three dates can be announced in the same day. But X date will be getting announced by third party. You need to understand. It is announced by, not by the issuer. It is announced by the exchange. Exchange is third party, right? So if announcement, let me write it. If announcement date, X date, record date, and if corporate action is initiated by or done by issuer, tell me who is going to declare the announcement date?
Board of directors.
Issuer on, right? Issuer on, right? Issuer will tell the declare the date, right? Who is going to announce the X date?
Exchange.
Third party.
Exchange. Corporate action will be announced by whom? Record date will be announced by whom?
Issuer.
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 And payment date, effective date will be announced by whom?
Issuer.
Issuer only.
So if corporate action is done by issuer, all the out of the four, three will be announced by issuer, and the fourth one, this is X date, will be announced by exchange. But in case of
Third party.
if the issuer is a listed company,
Listed company.
right? In case of listed securities listed. Now, if corporate action is announced by a third party or is initiated by a third party, so corporate action initiated by a third party. So who would be announcing the corporate action date?
Exchange.
Corporate
Third-
action date, hello?
Third party. Exchange.
Only, no? Third party, right? Hello, third party can be many. It can be exchange, it can be regulator, it can be many, right? I'm talking about, it is not about X date announcement. Hello, whosoever is getting confused between exchange and third party, they need to understand. This is not about announcing X date. This is about announcing corporate action. So if corporate action is initiated by issuer, then who would be declaring announcement date, recorded and payment date? Issuer. If corporate action is initiated by third party, who would be declaring announcement date, recorded and payment date? Third party.
Third party.
And who would be declaring the X date? There would not be any X date. There would not be any X date. Okay. In this case, there would not be any X date. Okay. Only when issuer is listed and the securities is listed, then only there is an X date. Right?
Sir.
Any question? Any question? Yes.
No questions.
No, sir. No.
Yeah. What's the time? Okay. Now let's look at few corporate actions and their impacts and everything. Let's learn that. Different.
Can ESOP also be considered as corporate action?
Sorry.
ESOP. Hello.
See, ESOP. Think about it. Is ESOP given to security holders? Huh?
No.
Is investors accepted to receive ESOP? Hello.
No.
Corporate action needs to be seen from what perspective? From the perspective of
Investors.
Issuer.
Corporate actions are classified from the perspective of investors or security holders, right? So is ESOP initiated by issuer? But ESOP, is it going to be benefit to investors or security holders?
No.
Huh? Then it is not a corporate action. Then it is just a management activity, right? You are giving salary like you are giving ESOP, right? Corporate is giving salary to its employees. Is it a corporate action? No, it is a normal routine business, right? So corporate action needs to be viewed from the perspective of whom? From the perspective of investors or security holders. That means, are investors or security holders given any kind of option or any kind of choice to receive some benefits or something like that, right? Or is it a mandatory or whatever it is, right? But investors should be influenced by it.
Yes.
So let's look at different variety of corporate security type, corporate action, type of corporate action. Let's create this table, type of corporate action, and on effective date, impact on any corporate action may or may not have impact on what? Investors' cash balance, investors or security holders, cash balance, as well as
security
balance,
balance.
as well as
Security balance.
or security. may or may not have any impact on cash balance or investors or security balance, or both, or securities market
valuation of the
valuation.
market valuation of security.
So another impact can be on effective date. So हो गया ये, and it can, another impact can be on what? Securities market valuation. Now market valuation, securities share price, basically prices of the shares of the bonds can be impacted not only on the record date or payment or effective date, but it can also be impacted on announcement date itself. With announcement itself, securities prices can go up and down all night. So on security market valuation, impact can be on two different dates. One is on announcement date, and another one is on which date?
Good.
Think about it.
Record date.
On X date, because the X date itself, on X date itself, what will happen? Corporate actions would become excluded from the securities. The securities prices will be adjusted accordingly. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
You do not wait for record date, because these are security market price means what? That means this, we are talking about the securities which are listed, because only the securities which are listed have a market price. Yes or no? And things which are listed will get impacted on X date itself, right? Yes or no? Is it making sense or not? Tell me.
Yes.
So let's first talk about the common equity securities. Let's talk about the first corporate action as cash dividend. Cash dividend is a corporate action, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what kind of type of corporate action it is? With respect to dividends, do investors have a choice to say no to dividends or yes to dividends? Is there some kind of choice given to investors?
No, mandatory.
So it is a
Mandatory corporate.
Mandatory corporate
Corporate.
action. What will happen on effective date or payment date on security and holders cash balance?
The benefits will be transferred to the beneficiaries.
So
who
see,
is
correct,
eligible.
यार, everything is
Cash
defined
balance.
over here ना. Cash भी benefit का नाम क्यों दे रहे हो? Cash dividend है ना, तो क्या benefit transfer करेंगे? आप, let's be very clear ना. See, when we do not know what is the benefit, we say benefit will be transferred. Right now, so we know now it is cash dividend. So tell me, what will be the impact on cash balance on effective?
Cash balance will increase.
Yeah, cash balance will increase. And what will be the effect on securities balance?
It will be constant.
No.
It will have no change. So it
Impact.
will remain same. Basically, no change. Right? Now, let's talk about the market valuation. What will be happening on the announcement date when dividends will be announced? What will happen on that day with respect to market price of the equity shares?
It will rally.
Generally, guys, because it can happen, anything can happen on a general market share, because the day when dividend is declared, the same day it was found that the MD of the company is fraud. So rather than people getting excited by dividend, they would get negative by MD found fraud. Yes or no? So we can't say कि announcement date पे होगा ही होगा, share price will go up and up. It's not like that. But generally speaking, the market price of the shares increases. You are correct, Funny. I'm not saying you are wrong. You are correct. But just saying that generally market prices will increase, but not necessary, because market price movements happen every second, right? Dividend declaration is just 1 second news. After that, in the entire day, how many seconds of trading are there and how many different news are coming about that company, right? So, but not necessarily. It depends on what? It depends on the market sentiment. Market sentiment and condition, right? For example, MD of the company is not found fraud, but Ukraine has been completely washed out, and now the news flow is going like this, that now world war is declared. On the same day, the company issues a dividend. What will happen? Will the share price go up or will it fall? So market price or market sentiment or condition can have a different outcome, right? So this is this, right? Now what will happen on X date? What will happen on X date? That means now the dividend benefit is not more attached to this stock. What will happen? So generally on X date, what will happen? The price will adjust. The price will adjust. Generally, it will fall with respect to the price, the value of dividend. Generally, but we can't say. So price will adjust for the dividend per share amount. Dividend per share amount. But again, it depends on market condition and sentiment. Okay? Is it clear? Any question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any question? So now again think about that definition of corporate action. Corporate action is initiated by an issuer, which most of the cases is what? Issuer is what? Sorry, most of the cases will be initiated by whom? An issuer? Issuer of the securities, yes or no?
Yes.
So here, who is issuing this? Who is initiating the market corporate action? The issuer, because cash dividend is declared by the issuer only, right? And which may or may not have impact on security holders' cash balance and security holders' securities balance. So, are we talking about corporate actions from the perspective of security holders or not?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You are capturing the impact of corporate action on security holders' cash balance and security holders' securities balance, or both, or market valuation if it is a listed security. Market valuation, impact on market valuation if it is a listed security. So market valuation will change because in case if it is a listed security, right? Market valuation of the securities, mostly in case of listed securities, right? So this is matching with the definition or not? And from the perspective of type of corporate action, from the perspective of investors, is the investor having choice over here? No, it is mandatory, right? No, mandatory. Any question?
No.
Questions?
No question, right? Another security type is, for example, same common, and corporate action is, for example, bonus shares. What is the corporate action? Issuing bonus shares. So what is bonus shares? Allotting additional shares, right? Allotting additional shares to
Free
whom?
of
To
cost
the
to the shareholders.
investors, free of, right word used by you, free of cost. So existing shareholders, not any new shareholders, existing shareholders will be issued additional shares by whom? By the issuer, right? Free of cost. So shareholders will not have to pay anything against the issuance or receiving of the shares, right? So bonus shares. Now, is it a mandatory corporate action, or do shareholders will have any choice of receiving it in their securities account or not? Tell me.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory.
It's a mandatory corporate action. It's a mandatory corporate action. Right? Now, what will happen on the cash balance? Due to the issuance of bonus shares, what will happen on the cash balance?
No.
For security holders?
No effect on the cash balance.
No change.
So, no change. So, it will remain same. Cash balance of the security holders will remain same. What will be the impact on?
It will increase security balance.
It will increase.
Increase by the
Bonus shares.
quantity of bonus shares, right?
Bonus shares.
So, if bonus shares are issued in proportion of 1:1, so if bonus shares are issued in proportion of 1:1, and if, for example, Funny is holding 10,000 shares before issuing bonus shares, so after issuing bonus shares, how many shares will Funny be holding?
20,000.
20,000.
On every 10,000, he will be issued 10,000 more.
10,000.
20,000. So he'll be holding how many shares? 20,000 on the effective date, right? Yes or no? Right? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
let's talk about the market valuation. What will be the impact on announcement date on market valuation of the shares? If any company issues bonus shares, what would be the impact of it on the, think about it, on announcement date? Is it a
We
positive
can-
news or
Like
negative
this.
news?
Positive, Sumit.
Just
The share price will increase.
Right? So, see, when a company issues bonus shares, what message it sends to the public shareholders?
Company is
company is
fundamentally
having,
strong.
yeah, fundamentally strong. Company is having huge reserves and surplus. Company
Yeah.
is having what? Huge
Huge reserves and
reserves and surplus, but they do not want to issue cash dividend. Why? Because they might be needing cash for further expansion of the business. And if you further expand the business, that means what? There is higher chances of higher growth in the future. That means our share prices can go even more high.
Yeah.
Because if company is performing well and it is expanding its business, share prices will go up. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes, Sumit.
Right. So, issuing bonus share is declaration of what? That the company is having good amount of reserves and surplus, which they do not want to distribute in the form of cash to shareholders. But why? Because they want cash for what? They want cash for that. They want cash for
expansion of the business.
expansion of the business. But they want to reward the shareholders, and they are rewarding the shareholders by issuing extra shares to them, right? Yeah. So generally it is taken as a positive means. So generally the market price will happen what? The market price, the shares increases, but not necessary, because again it is a market event, right? Depends on the sentiment of the market and condition. Right? Any question?
No, sir.
Any question? What will happen on the X date? Think about it. On next date, what will happen? General
Price will adjust.
Securities will adjust.
upward.
Share.
Think about it. Will it go up or down? Generally, it will adjust downward or upward.
Upward.
Huh?
Upward, because it shows the company is doing good.
That is on announcement date, my dear friend. On X date, it will not go upward. It will go what? It will go down. Think about it. Company without issuing bonus shares had 10,000 shares. Okay, listed. How many shares? 10,000 shares. And market price of shares was how much? 100. Now, for example, what was the market capital of the company? What is the market cap of the company? These are the quantity.
10 lakhs.
This is the price before bonus. Okay. So what is the market cap of the company? 1 lakh, right? Or sorry, 10 lakh.
10 lakh.
Now, because company has issued 1:1 bonus shares, now what will be the number of shares? 20,000. But will issuance of shares result into any immediate market cap improvement?
No, no, Sumit.
Market cap improvement will happen because of its performance, right? So, which cannot come in day 1 or day 2 or day 5 or 1 month, right? It will take suddenly share price to go become double. It will take many years, right? Yes. It will not happen suddenly, right? So, market cap, for example, market cap remaining same. So, what would be the price be? Market cap divided by quantity. So, it should become what? Half.
50 rupees.
So, market cap would remain same, my dear friend. On which date I'm talking about? On X date. So, generally the price should happen. The price generally should adjust for the, as rightly said by Funny, it should adjust for what? For bonus ratio, right? But is it necessary? No, but not necessary. It depends on what? Depends on market conditions and limits. So what? See, it will happen. But rather than becoming 50, it can become 55, or it can become 45. This extra 5 rupees plus and minus movement is happening because of what? Because of that day's news flow of market segment. Can it happen or not? Tell me. Given everything constant, what should be the price? 50. On X date, what should be the price? Everything else constant on X date, what should be the price?
50.
50. Why 50?
Because there
Why
is no
50?
influence on the market.
Because market cap considering the same, number of shares have increased, so price will have to go down. Yes or no?
Adjust.
Price will get adjusted down. So everything else constant. That means the market is nothing, no news, everything is constant. Market price will fall to half. And this is shareholder losing anything? Is shareholder losing anything? Tell me.
No.
If the market price goes down by 50%, is existing shareholders losing anything?
No.
No, because
sir.
any date before X date, whosoever is the shareholders will be getting what? Getting double shares. Even if price gets half, his investment will remain same, yes or no? Investment will remain same, yes or no? So there is no loss. But so this is everything else constant. But can there be market sentiment or not? Guys, stock market gets traded in stock market. Stock gets traded every second. Can there not be market sentiment? Is it something new? I'm telling you. Market sentiment हो सकता है ना? The buyer can become extra positive, so they can increase the demand of the shares. The seller can become extra negative. They can decrease the demand. It can happen or not? Hello, tell me.
Yes.
So can
Yes,
price
sir.
go to 45? Can price go to 55? Can price go to 65? Hello, it can happen or not? Tell me.
Yes, sir, it will happen, sir.
Yes, Sumit, it can.
It can happen, right?
According to the market sentiment, it will change.
According to the market sentiment, things can change, right?
Yes, sir.
But fall is going to happen. So adjust will happen on the downside. Now, price movement of that days can be influenced by some market action. Any questions so far? Any question?
No questions, Smith.
Okay. So now let's have a look on. I made one statement. If you guys notice, that issuance companies will issue more shares when they are what? When they're having what? Good amount of reserves. When they're having what? With a good amount
Surplus.
of reserves. So let's look at the accounting entry of a company's perspective. With respect to issuance of bonus shares, how would it get impacted, right? So for example, let's look at the balance sheet. Let's for example, it's a company ACC Limited, okay? Right? So in balance sheet, we will have a liabilities this side, right? There would be liability side and there would be asset side, right? In the balance sheet of a company, there would be a liability side and there would be asset side, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Liability side, for example, the equity shares capital, equity shares capital, or share capital, equity share capital, or common share capital, right? Common share capital, can it be common share capital? Can we call it common share capital? Yes or no? So for example, that is on face value. On face value, it is for example 500. How much is that? 500. What is generally the face value of the share? In India, what is generally the face value of the share? 10 rupees, right? So how many, and for example, numbers and crores. So how many shares are issued by the company? If numbers are face value of the share is 10 rupees, how many shares company would have issued whenever it has issued? 50 crore, right? 50 crore किया हुआ ना, 10 rupees का एक शेयर है, 500 crore की total value है, तो number of shares कितने issued किए होंगे? 50 crore ना? If you issue 50 crore rupees at a face value of 10, then only you are going to receive 500 crore, right?
Yes, sir.
Reserves and surplus is how much? 2500 crore. How much? 20 crore. Then that we also have loan funds, or loan or debt or bonds, or something, whatever you want to say, 3000 crore. And current liabilities, total current liabilities, for example, 2000. So what is the total? Is the total
8,000.
8,000 crore. On the asset side, for example, company has fixed asset. of worth 3,000 crore. And current assets. What would be the total of assets? Assets and liabilities matching, so balance sheet is matching, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
It would be total liabilities. This will be total assets, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, for example, on before the issuance of bonus share, this is the balance sheet when before the issuance of bonus shares. So before the issuance of bonus share, ACC Limited gets traded where? NSE, right? NSE. So exchange is NSE. As ACC Limited share price is, for example, 450 rupees. How much? 450 rupees per share. So what would be the market cap of ACC Limited? What would be the market cap? If per share market price is 450 rupees, what would be the market cap? Tell me. What would be the market cap of the company? Abhi thode देर पहले we had calculated how to calculate market cap.
Number of outstandings multiplied with share price, sir.
So bolo na, what would be the market cap? What would be the market cap? Tell me, what should I do?
Share, market price is 450 multiplied with number of outstanding shares. Sir.
How many shares?
Outstanding shares, how much, sir?
They are 50 crore. Hello.
50
Have you
crore,
not calculated it already?
50
crore, sir.
450 into 50 crore.
Yeah. So what would be the market cap? 22,500 crores.
22,500.
22,500 crores. Now, for example, after this, ACC announces bonus in the ratio of 1:1. What ratio? 1:1.
1:1.
So now how would be the balance sheet looks like? Let's look at it. After announcement, how would the balance sheet look like? How would the balance sheet look like? Tell me, what will happen with the share capital? How many shares will become? Earlier there were 50 shares, right? 50 crore shares. So after issuing bonus shares, how many shares will be there?
100 crore share will be 100 crore.
The number of shares will become how much? 100 crore. And what would be the value of the shares?
1,000.
1,000 crore.
1,000 crores.
Right? 1,000 crore. Where is this? Is company getting any cash against it? Is company getting any cash against it? Tell me. No. So where it will get adjusted? It will get adjusted
Reserves and surplus.
Reserves and surplus.
Reserves and surplus.
Reserves and surplus will go down from 2,500 to 2,000. So now you understood why I said that company having surplus, reserves and surplus issues equities out of their reserves, right? So the value will get adjusted from the reserves and surplus. So tell me, if company has zero reserves and surplus, can they issue bonus share?
No.
No, from where they'll adjust.
It is not possible, right? Remember this now. So this would be the change. Now number of shares will become how much? 100 crores, and reserve surplus will become 2,000 crore, right? Now on X date, what will happen with the share price of ACC Limited? Everything else constant, the market price should fall by what value? Because the market cap would remain same. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Considering everything else constant, market movements and everything right now, let's assume there is no market movement. Market cap remaining same, what would be the price of the company? Market cap divided by new number of shares, yes or no? So what should be the price of the company?
225.
The price should go down by 50%. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
But market cap will remain same,
Correct.
right? But on
Yes.
that very day, can market price go up from 225 to 250? Can it happen? Tell me. Can it happen?
It may happen.
Yes, it may happen. Why?
Yes, sir.
Because it
can
depends on
change,
what?
can change.
Market movement.
Market
Right?
movement.
It depends on
It will
sentiments.
happen. It will adjust downwards. That is fixed it. But even if bonus shares are issued or not, market movement can keep on happening. Yes or no? Every second the market opens, the prices can go up and down irrespective of bonus shares are issued or dividends are paid or not. Yes or no? So
Correct.
this 25 rupees of extra movement has come because of what? Because of some market movement. Or the share price can go down from 15 also. Purely because of bonus, what should have been the impact? Purely because of bonus, what should have been the impact? Purely because of bonus, what should have been the impact? What should have been the price? Only because of bonus. 225, right? But this extra 10 rupees fall is because of what? Because of some market movement, some negative news on the company. Market sentiments, right? Some negative news on the entire economy or the company or anything, right? So it can happen, right? Is there any question?
No.
Right? So without reserves and surplus, you can't issue bonus shares. It's clear, right?
Yes, it is clear.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about the impact of bonus shares. Okay? Impact of bonus shares. Give me a second, guys. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So let's understand the impact of bonus shares issue on share capital, on face value of the shares, number of shares, reserves and surplus, on earnings per share, on market price. Let's go one by one. What would be the impact on share capital? Because of bonus shares, will it increase? Will it decrease?
It will increase.
No impact.
Share capital will increase. Now market cap.
Share capital will increase because of bonus shares.
Yeah. By the ratio of bonus shares, right?
Yeah.
Face value?
No change, sir.
No change.
Remains same.
Number of shares?
Number of shares will increase.
It will increase.
Reserves and surplus?
Decrease.
Decrease.
It will decrease.
Decrease.
Earnings per share?
It will decrease. Sumit,
It will
because
decrease,
the
sir.
number of
Because
shares
PAT
increase.
by number of shares is earning per share. Now
Yeah.
PAT is the same, but a number of shares are changing, right?
Number share increase. Yes.
Number of shares will increase, so EPS will decrease, right?
Decrease.
Decrease.
Market price
Will decrease.
Will decrease.
generally it should adjust now.
It will decrease according to the sentiment.
But there can be some market sentiments here and there which can have another impact, right? Okay. Any questions so far?
No.
Now let's cover another such corporate action on the common equity securities only. Stock split. What? Stock split. You can also call it share split. Basically, what is share split or stock split? Splitting
One
the
share into the multiple shares.
Face value of the share from higher denomination. Remember this, from higher denomination to lower denomination, or from higher face value
to lower face
or lower face value. That is splitting the shares. So 10 rupees of share split, if you are splitting a 10 rupees of share with the face value of 10 rupees, not the market value, the face value. The face value of the shares is 10 rupees, and if you are splitting that share in a ratio of 1:1, what would be the new face value?
5, sir.
5.
5.
So it will go from higher denomination to lower
denomination.
Higher face value to lower face value, right? So you do not split the market value, you split what? Face value.
Face value.
Splitting the face value.
Splitting the face value. Will it be a mandatory corporate action or it will be optional?
Mandatory.
Mandatory corporate action.
Mandatory corporate action. Now, what would be the impact on the cash balance of the security holders because of this?
No impact.
No impact, right? It would remain changed because split of the shares will not result into any money movement from either of the party. Not the company is going to give any cash to shareholders, and no, the shareholders are going to give any cash to company. What would be the impact on
the securities balance will increase.
Will increase.
So, for example, Funny is holding ACC limited shares. ACC limited shares. How many shares? 1,000 shares. How many shares are you holding, Funny?
1,000.
Right. And company declares, and the face value of this share is what? The face value of this share is what?
10
rupees. The face value is what?
10 rupees.
10 rupees.
Now, company is declaring splitting with a ratio of 5:1. Ratio of 5:1. That means one share will be split in how many shares? 5 shares.
5 shares.
One share will be
1:5
split in
na, Sumit.
5. No, 5:2.
Okay.
5 share for one share.
5 shares for one share. Okay. Yeah. So 5:1 में split किया. So if 5 shares for one share में split किया, so after the split, what will be the number of shares in Funny's securities account?
5,000 shares.
5,000 shares. Face value 2 rupees.
And face value will adjust to
2 rupees.
2 rupees. Right?
Sumit, won't it be 1:5 in the case of a split?
It will be 5:1.
Because I remember I had this equity shares, and the split date was the split ratio was announced as 2:5, and for every 2 shares I got 5 shares.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, bro. You can get the like that also, bro.
See, if 3:2 is the split ratio, for example, you will have 3 shares for every 2 shares. Okay. So 5:1 is the split ratio. How many shares will you have? 5
yeah,
for
it was 2:5, and I got 5 for every 2.
आप वो कुछ हुआ होगा, देखो पढ़ने में भी हो सकता है, जो भी हुआ है मैं आपको ऑनलाइन दिखा देता हूँ, ठीक है?
I think this happens with bonus share, what you were saying, Sumit.
अरे यार ऑनलाइन दिखा देता हूँ, क्लियर हो जाएगा, ठीक है? What is a 3:2 split ratio? You will have 3 shares for every 2 shares. You use 2. Is it clear? Is it clear now?
Okay, Sumit.
Yeah, please, Sumit.
See, it may happen. See, it depends. Sometimes you read something else and you. So what does a 4:1 ratio? तो कभी कुछ होता है, पढ़ने में हो जाता है, कुछ हुआ होगा. Similarly, देखो एक और example नीचे और है ना. What does a 4:1 split means? Every shareholder will have 4 times the amount of shares for one share. Basically 4 times the amount of shares. वो नहीं लिखा हुआ नीचे for one share, but every shareholder will have 4 times the amount of shares. So if they were having one share, they will have how many shares now? 4 shares. Is it clear?
Yeah, clear, Sumit.
एक और देख लेते हैं 5:1 का ही एग्जांपल नीचे. If you see 5:1 का सेम एग्जांपल है, right? We are taking the same example. How does a 5-for-1 stock split work? In a 5-to-1 stock split, the company that originally had 50 million shares would have now 250 million shares.
50
Means for one share, they will have 5 shares. For 50 million shares, they will have how many shares? 250. Is there any confusion now?
No.
Anyone? So we are not confused between bonus, split, everything is not there, right? Okay, वो हो जाता है इसमें percentages में. I remember when I was in my bachelor's, I always used to get confused between this. So एक दिन I remember when I had my BBA exam, और उस दिन I sat through the morning. I always used to wake up early in the morning and study, and sat through the morning, and I got it clarified. कि है क्या boss? What is this thing? And since that day, I have never got confused in this. Okay. तो होता है, I can understand, वो सबसे होता है. Earlier I also used to think कि यार ये ऐसा है, क्योंकि पढ़ने में ऐसा लगता है कि 5-to-1 है तो 5 को 1 कर देंगे. वो उस केस में होता है, कंसोलिडेशन के केस में होता है. किस केस में होता है? रिवर्स स्टॉक स्प्लिट के केस. किस केस में होता है? रिवर्स स्टॉक स्प्लिट. 5-to-1 में मतलब क्या होगा कि
1:5.
वो रिवर्स स्टॉक स्प्लिट में क्या हो जाएगा? 5 शेयर को 1 शेयर कर देगा. तो 2 रुपीज की फेस वैल्यू को क्या कर देगा? वो 10 रुपीज का फेस वैल्यू. वो रिवर्स स्टॉक स्प्लिट एक अलग कॉर्पोरेट एक्शन होता है, उस केस में भी हो सकता है. वो हुआ हो, रिवर्स स्टॉक स्प्लिट हुआ हो, आई डोंट नो. ठीक है, चलिए. सो कॉमन सिक्योरिटी, कॉमन इक्विटी सिक्योरिटी स्टॉक स्प्लिट की बात कर रहे थे हम. सो व्हाट विल हैपन with respect to this cash balance? What will happen?
Remains same.
Remains constant. Remains same.
Cash balance will remain.
Remains same.
What will happen in the case of stock split? In the case of securities balance?
Security balance will increase.
Security balance will increase, sir.
Security balance will increase by the quantity of what? By the quantity of split share, right?
Split share.
Now, here you need to understand thing, guys, that it has nothing to do with reserves and surplus. So in the same scenario, in the same balance sheet, if ACC Limited had declared stock split, had declared what? Stock split, not bonus issue. Had declared what? Stock split. 5-to-1 stock split. 5-to-1 stock split with 0 reasons. And for example, this is the balance sheet. Okay, ये balance sheet है. Let's make it 7,000. Loan को 7,000 बना दीजिए. And 2,500 बना दीजिए. Done कर दिया. इसको 7,000 कर दीजिए. Okay, assets and liabilities are matching, right? Company has reserves. Do company have reserve in this case? ACC Limited has any reserve in this case? New scenario?
No.
No reserve. But can they split the shares? Yes, they can.
Yes.
Split the shares. So what will happen? If they split the shares, what will happen? What will happen?
Face value will decrease.
Face value?
Face value come down.
Decrease. Come down, sir.
Face value come down. So stock split is 5-to-1. The face value become how much?
2 rupees.
So after the
2,
split, the face value will become how much? Face value after the split will become how much?
2, sir.
2 rupees.
And the number of shares will become how many? Number of shares? Because you need to understand the value of shares will not change. The value of resale would remain what? 500 only.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
number of
250
shares.
crore shares, sir.
So earlier, how many shares were there? 50 CR.
50 crore.
50. So let me write over here. How many shares were there? 50 crore shares with the face value of 10. Now, number of shares will not remain same. Value of shares will remain same as 500 only. So what needs to be adjusted? Number of shares, right? So what will be the new number of shares? 500 divided by
2.
number of shares will be 250. Is it clear? So
Yes.
can a company issue or can a company go for share split even if it doesn't have reserve surplus?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, Sumit.
Yes, sir.
So if somebody asks you the impact of bonus, bonus shares and how it is different from share split, they ask about differentiation, differentiating bonus share and stock split. The biggest differentiation is what? That bonus share cannot be issued without having reserves and surplus in place, but stock split can be done without having
Reserves and
Reserve.
surplus.
reserves and surplus, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now let's look at the impact on announcement date. What would be the impact on the market price and the X date? So generally here also, generally the market price, what will happen? Would increase.
Please.
Shares will increase, but not necessarily depend on the market sentiment and condition. Now on X date, what will happen? Again, think about market cap remaining same, number of shares are increasing. What should happen generally?
Share price will decrease.
Generally, the price will adjust downwards for the stock split ratio or split ratio. Split ratio. But is this mandatory?
No, as per the
No, sir.
market
Downward adjust
sentiments.
हो गए, but in the same proportion होगा वो जरूरी नहीं, right?
Yeah.
Downward, it should have go downward because this is huge, right? 5:1. So numbers of shares are getting split from 1 to 5. एक शेयर को कितना टुकड़ा कर दिया? 5 में कर दिया. So obviously the market price remaining the cannot remain same, right? It has to go down. Otherwise what will happen if the market price remains same? The market cap will increase by 5 times in single day. Is it possible? 400% jump. 400% jump in the single day. It is impossible, right? Because circuit also comes into picture in 20% growth, right?
Yeah, 20%.
Right? So fall will happen, but will it happen the same ratio? That is not guaranteed. It will happen by the same ratio, but visually it will not look like that. Why? Because the share price can go up or down, right? More down than the ratio, or can go little up from the ratio. So as per the ratio, 100 rupees market price share should become 20 rupees share, right? But it can become 18 also, or it can become 25 also, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now let's look at the with the way we looked at the impact of bonus shares. Let's look at the on the same items. Let's look at the impact of a stock split.
Stock split.
Share capital. Share capital. Will it increase or will it remain same or will it decrease?
Will remain same, sir.
Will
Will remain same. No change, right?
Same.
Face value. Will it increase? No change, decrease?
Decrease.
Decrease.
Decrease, right? Because the biggest impact comes to face value, right?
Mm.
It will decrease. Number of shares?
Will
Increase,
Increase.
decrease.
Increase, sir.
Reserves and surplus?
No impact.
Constant.
No
No
change.
impact, sir.
No change. No impact or no change. Earnings per share?
Will decrease.
Decrease.
Decrease, sir.
And market price?
Will decrease.
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 Oh, great. So I guess you guys are understanding it well. That's why. So for these bonus shares and as a difference between bonus and the biggest difference is what? For
Reserves
issuing
and
bonus shares,
surplus.
the company should have. Company must have.
Reserves and
Reserves and surplus.
Reserves and surplus. And which is not mandatory in case when company is
Stock split. Not
reserves
mandate for stock.
and surplus is not mandate Sorry, in case of stock exchange, right?
Yes, sir.
Any question?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah. Shall we go on a break and come back?
Sure, Sumit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, guys. So let's take a 10-15 minutes break and come back. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Hello, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Sumit.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Sumit, audible.
Oh, there was some issue with I was not able to unmute myself. There was some problem, I guess. But okay. Now audible now, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, acha. So we covered the impact of stock split on various aspects like this, right? Yeah.
Yes, Sumit.
There are some messages in the group, it seems. So, Varun Singh. So, Harish is saying this. Okay, so we have seen the stock split, right? Now, because reverse stock split is similar concept, so let's first get into reverse stock split. Let's clear the reverse stock split also. Reverse stock split is also related to common equity securities only. Yes, there's a difference, spelling error. So let me come securities. So everywhere it will get be updated. Yeah. So the next concept is the reverse stock split. So what is reverse stock split? Changing the face value again. The concept of stock split is to do with face value, as I said. So here also, it's not, it's reverse stock split is also known as stock consolidation. What? Stock consolidation or share consolidation. Here also, the value would change at face value level only, but it will not be splitting the face value. It is actually opposite of it. So changing the face value, right, of the share or stock. And how would the change? It will happen from
Lower denomination to higher denomination.
Lower denomination to
lower
higher
denomination to higher denomination, or from lower face value to
higher
face value to higher face value.
Just to give an example, when the face value of a stock is 10, okay, and you or the new face value is 2, we call it what? Stock
split.
Stock splitting.
Similarly, another example, when face value is 5 and you stop and the new price is 1, that is
reverse stock split.
Again, stock split, right?
Stock split.
Face value is 5 and new face value is 1. Face value is 2 and new. This tells us that you are feeling sleepy, right? So the face value is 2 and new face value is again 1. What is this? This is stock split, right?
Stock split.
This is 1:1 kind of, right? One share. Okay. Now, similarly, if the face value is 2 and new face value is 5, it is
reverse stock split.
Reverse stock split or stock consolidation, right?
Stock consolidation.
Stock consolidation.
Face value current is 1 and the new face value is 10. Yes?
Stock consolidation.
Stock consolidation. Similarly, face value is 5 and new face value becomes 10.
Stock consolidation.
So, for example, Chetan. Okay. Chetan is having 1,000 shares of some company, right? Okay. Chetan is having 1,000 shares of some company. The face value of the share is face value is this is quantity, right? Quantity. Face value of that stock is 2 rupees. And the stock goes for consolidation, and the new face value becomes 5. The new face value becomes what? 5. Right? So what would be the new number of shares with Chetan? Can anybody tell me what would be the new quantity?
245 means.
What would be the new quantity for Chetan?
2,000.
2,500.
So does that Chetan, is it stock split or stock consolidation?
Oh, sorry. It is reverse stock, right?
Reverse stock.
So quantity should decrease, right?
In this case, quantity will decrease.
So what is the new quantity?
I'll calculate.
200.
Sorry,
200.
No. See, the ratio is 5 से 2 से 5 हुआ है. It is not 1 से 5. It is 2 से 5. Just look at it. Think about it.
$400, Sumit?
Brilliant. 400. How do we calculate it? It's very simple. The formula you can apply is old quantity into old face value divided by
new face value.
new face value. Right. So let's confirm if he is done it correctly. So quantity into old face value. That means 2 divided by new face value, which is 5. Getting 5, 400. That is correct. Now, for example, Chetan had 1,000 shares again, same. Face value earlier was 2. The new face value is 10. Stock consolidation. Yes or no? Funny. 2 say lower denomination say higher denomination. So example of stock consolidation again, right? So what would be the new quantity?
200.
200, right? So equal to old quantity multiplied by old face value divided by new face, right? Any question on anyone? Let's do one more. Chetan had 1,000 quantity. Face value earlier was 4, which is now stands to 10. What would be the new quantity? 400. Because it is as same as 2 to 5, like 4 to 10, right? It's 1,000, right? 1,000 into 4 divided by. Any confusion, anyone over here?
No, Sumit. No, Sumit. No, Sumit.
So for example, balance sheet example दे देता हूँ एक, right, which will make you even more comfortable with it. Let me take one balance sheet example. Now let's change from ACC Limited to some other companies. Let's take Sri Cement. Okay. Let's take a balance sheet example of Sri Cement. Okay. So balance sheet of which company? Sri Cement. number of shares is 500. Yeah. And equity share capital or common share capital is equal to, the face value is 2 per share. What is the face value? 2. So what would be the share capital equal to?
1,000.
500 into 1,000, right? Reserves and surplus. Reserves is, for example, 0, again same, right? A loan or bonds or debentures is equal to 7,000, or make it 5,000. And the current liabilities is equal to 4,000. So what would be the total liabilities? $10,000, right? Now come on the asset side. This was the liability side. Now looks at the asset side. Asset side, fixed asset, 5,000, and current assets. So what would be the total assets equal to? 10,000. Balance sheet matches, right? Balance sheet should always match. A balance sheet should always match. Now, C Cement announces reverse stock. What is it announced? C Cement announced what?
Reverse stock.
Limited announces reverse stock split. Okay. So old, by making old F, what is the old FV? What is the old FV? Current FV is what? 2 rupees per share, right? Now, with the announcement of reverse stock split, the new FV given by Sri Cement is 5 rupees per share, right? So, what would be the impact of this? Let's look at it. So, will there be any change on reserves, loans, current liabilities, assets, anywhere? No. Where would be the change be?
Only on the face value.
On the face value. So the face value from 2 has become what? 5. That means number of shares will become how much?
200.
Sorry. So actually manually कर देते हैं. So from 2 face value has become what? 5. So number of shares will become how many? 1,000 crore divided by 5, which is 200 crores, right? Yes or no?
Yes,
so,
yes, Sumit.
How many shares will it be now? With this impact, earlier there were how many shares? 500 crores. Now there will be how many shares? 100 crores. Earlier there were how many shares? 500 crores. Now there would be how many shares? Would there be any impact on reserves? Would there be no impact on reserves? Any question? Any confusion?
No, Sumit.
Let's take impact of reverse stock split. Let's spend a second on it. Share capital. What would be the impact on share capital?
Decrease, Sumit.
Share capital.
No change, sir.
Nothing.
No change.
No change, right?
No
Share
change.
capital. Number of shares nahi hai. Share capital, right? Share capital no change.
Constant.
Face value.
Increase, sir.
Increase. Number of shares.
Increase.
Decrease.
Decrease. Right. Reserves and surplus.
No change.
No change.
Remains same. Earnings per share?
It will increase, sir.
Increase, right? Because
Yeah.
number of shares have decreases, so
Decrease.
earning per share will increase. Market price,
Market price will increase.
it should increase, right?
Increase.
Because number of shares, if market capital remaining the same, if number of shares will decrease, market price should increase, right? Brilliant. So let's capture over here. Because of reverse stock split, what would be the impact? First of all, what is the type of corporate action it is? Is it
Mandatory
mandatory?
corporate. Mandatory, sir.
Mandatory corporate action.
What would be the impact on cash balance?
Remains same, sir. No change.
Remains same, no change. Cash balance will not.
No
have any change. What would be the impact on the number of shares?
Decrease
Number of shares
on the
will
number of
increase
shares.
because of quantity of reverse stock split.
Increase by stock or reverse quantity of reverse
Reverse
stock split, or you can also call it as stock consolidation, right?
Stock consolidation.
Right? What should be the impact on market price on announcement date?
Increase.
Generally, it should increase, right? So generally, the market price on announcement date of the shares will increase, but not necessarily why it depends on the market sentiment and confidence.
Because of market sentiment.
What would be the impact on this date, X date?
Generally, the price will decrease.
Generally, the price will
Decrease.
think
For
about
the-
it.
Generally, the price would
Number of
increase.
shares are going down, so generally the price should
Price will increase.
Increase.
the price will
Increase.
adjust
For
upwards.
the reverse.
Reverse stock split, number of shares is going down, so it will adjust upwards, right? Generally, the price will adjust upwards for the based on the stock
Reverse.
consolidation or reverse stock split ratio, right? Any confusion? Any confusion, guys? Anyone?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Now let's go to another common equity securities related corporate action. Right shares. What? Right issue. Right? What is right share? What is right issue?
Company giving the extra shares to the existing shareholders at a discount price.
Generally at a discount price, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they have to issue at the discount price, otherwise it will not work. If it is at higher than the market price, then shareholders who are interested in buying the shares, they can buy it from market price. Why would they buy it from company, right?
Yes, sir.
So, additional shares offered to existing shareholders on proportionate basis for cash. Right? It should be proportionate basis, right? They need to decide proportion that if every shareholders who are holding 100 shares will get 2 right issue, for example. So in proportion. Now, will it be a voluntary corporate action or mandatory corporate action? Or
Voluntary.
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 So it would be a choice. If they want to buy it, they can buy. Otherwise, they can simply ignore.
Lapse.
Let it lapse. Generally, they would not let it lapse because right issues can also be traded in the market. Right shares, the right to the option of buying, the option also traded. Are you getting what I'm saying? Funny.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's trading.
Right? The option to buy share, the shareholder, whosoever gets this, can sell it in the stock market. So, for example, right now the current market price going is 2000. Company is ready to buy the stock at company is ready to sell the stock at 1800. Now, I don't want to buy, but still, can I sell it? This right, I can sell it. Anybody would be ready to buy up to what price? Up to 1999. I'm assuming there is no transaction cost, because even if somebody buys in 1999, as soon as he receives the shares from the company, can sell it in what market price? 2000. Are you getting it or not? So rather than letting it lapse, you can sell the shares. But the trading of these options will be there or not depends on what? Depends on the conditions of right issue. Companies can tell that the transferability is not allowed until unless the right shares are issued. Are you getting what I'm saying? Company in the contract of right issue can mention that the transferability of right issues is not allowed. Then can you share it? Can you sell the shares? Huh? Can you share the rights? If company is saying that transferability of right issue is not allowed, or the option of or the trading of the option of right shares is not allowed, then can you do it? Guys, hello?
No, sir.
Are you getting this or not? Tell me. Guys are not very comfortable. For example,
yes, sir.
I'll give you an example. For example, Funny, right? Funny has 100 ACC limited shares. Okay. Okay. So current market price is 1600 per. What is the current market price? 1600 rupees per share. Now, what is the net worth of Funny? What is the net worth? 100 into 1600, right?
1600.
Net worth, right? Now, company issues 1:1. Company offers, company announces 1:1 right offering. That means proportionate. What is the proportionate? For every 100 shares, you will get 100.
100 shares.
You will get the right to buy 100 shares, right? Now you buy it or not is your choice, right?
Yeah.
Right shares at 1200 at a price of what? 1200 per share.
Share.
So right issue is available at what price? 1200. Discounted price is it discounted to current market price? Yes, it is discounted.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So far, any confusion?
No.
No, sir.
Now, think about it. What is the one share is priced before this? 1600. Current market price of the share which Funny is already holding is what? 1600. For that, he will get one right. At what price? 1200.
1200.
So what would be the total value? 1600 plus 1200. And how many shares will be there? How many shares will be there now?
200.
200.
Two. I'm doing on 1:1, right? So one share of Funny, which is holding at a price of 1600, he'll get one share of 1200. So price per share will become what? Total two shares for 2800. Price per share will become what?
1400.
Effective price per share will become what?
1400.
So
1400.
Before X date, the share will be trading at what price? 1600.
1600.
But on X date, it will trade at what price? Everything else constant, no market conditions, everything is constant, right? So what price it should be trading at? What price that should be trading at? Think about it. On X date, the share should be traded at what price? Before the X date, what was the price of the share?
1600.
X date means what? The right share option corporate action is removed from the share. That means what at what price the right shares is issued?
1200.
1,200.
So how many shares are there in the market? 2 shares.
2 shares.
What is the total value of those 2 shares? 2,800. So what should be the effective price per share?
1400.
1,400.
So on X date,
Yes.
if you need to take out the impact of right issue, what should be the price per share? Everything else constant, 1,400. What should be the right issue
1400.
price? 1,400. Right? Now, is this clear now? Tell me.
Yeah, clear, Sumit.
But it can become 1,450 or it can become 1,350 also, right? That is because of the extra 50 rupees movement is because of what? Market condition, market sentiment, right? But without considering all those things, what should be the price? 1,400.
1400.
Right? But if the same right is traded in the market at same right is traded in the market at 1,300 before the exit date, is it reasonable for him to sell? Think about it. He don't want to exercise the rights. He want to get it lapsed. But rather than getting it lapsed, is it okay if he sells it at 1,300? Tell me. Think about it. Because if he sells it, he will receive how much money? 1,300. So for him, what would be the value? 1,450. And what would be the value on X date? 1,400. Is he beneficiary or not? Tell me. Is he benefiting or not? Because if he got the rights lapsed, what would be the value of his per share? 1,400 after that. But because he's letting the right lapse, but he's selling the right to someone in the market. For him, the effective value will be how much per share? For overall market, the effective value will be 1,400. But for him, what would be the effective value?
1450.
So is he not benefiting by? Is he benefiting or not? Tell me. Is he getting benefit or not by selling it the right?
Yes.
Right. So that is what you can sell the right. But this rights, you selling the right is allowed only if company says that you can sell the rights in the market. Then only it will be. Is it very difficult to understand? Tell me.
No, sir.
If companies not, if the contract mate is written that rights cannot be traded, can you trade rights? Then there would be only 2 options. What would be the option? Either
Lapse or exercise.
lapse or exercise, right? Is that clear? This is all about it. So it is a voluntary corporate action. Voluntary corporate action means what? If Funny says yes to corporate action, if Funny says yes to corporate action, then the impact on cash balance will be what?
Cash
Tell
value will
me.
increase, sir.
Cash balance will increase or decrease?
Increase, sir.
Arey boss, in order to buy the right shares, don't you think he'll have to make the payment to company? Company is issuing new shares at discounted price. Hello?
Cash
Right
value
shares
decrease.
Cash value
additional shares offered to existing shareholders on proportionate basis for cash. Free money there. Hello? Have I not written for cash?
Yeah. Yes.
So company is issuing shares for cash, though at discounted price, but still cash has to be paid. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So cash balance with Funny will decrease or increase?
Decrease.
Decrease. And securities balance?
Will increase.
Securities balance will increase. Right? If Funny decides to no to corporate action, if he says I don't want the corporate action, then what will happen?
Cash balance remain constant.
cash balance will remain same or constant or remain same, no change, right? And securities balance
remains same.
It will also remain same, right? And on the announcement date, generally because company is issuing right share, it would be signal a positive sign that your company is probably expanding the business, and that is why they are. But still, a lot will depend on company. Whenever they come with right issue, they will tell what is the reason of issuing new shares. So all those will also matter a lot. But in general, we are saying so. Generally, the market price will
increase.
The market price of the share increases, but not necessarily. It depends on the market sentiment that day, right? Right? Is it clear?
Yeah, clear, Sumit.
Yeah. And X date पे क्या होगा? Share price will generally it will result into what? Adjustment downwards, right? I just explained to you, yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Just for the same flow which we were going. So generally it will have a downward impact, right? Not upward, downward, right? For the but the calculation will not be just 1:1. It is not split. That face value is going down by half, right? So it is not that for the rights issue. Right issue. Adjustment will be based on the right issue price, discounted price, and market price before accident, right? I showed you, right? Yes or no?
Yes, Sumit.
Okay. Now, another such event, which is common equity event, you can categorize them under, but let me take this working on the side. Merger. Merger is also corporate action, right?
Yes, Sumit.
Merger. So the shareholders of the merging company, the company which is getting merged, shareholders of the merging company, right? They would be impacted. So the company, which is a merging company? The company which is losing its legal entity, right? The company which is getting merged will lose its legal entity and status or not? Tell me.
Yes.
Yes. And for that, the company which is acquiring or which is acquirer or acquiring the merging company will have to do what? Will have to offer or will offer shares swap to the merging company shareholders. Yes or no? Merging company shareholders. That means what? If XYZ company is getting merged into ABC, so which is a merging company? XYZ, which is acquiring company ABC to forming ABC, right? Which is the company which is getting merged. XYZ is getting merged into ABC. So the XYZ company shareholders will receive what? The XYZ company shareholder will receive what? One XYZ company share will get what? Certain number of shares of ABC will be offered, right? So we need to check what ratio, what is the ratio. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, is it a mandatory corporate action or a voluntary corporate action? If merger is decided, then is it a mandatory corporate action or
Mandatory.
It is a mandatory corporate action, right? This is going to be a mandatory corporate action. Now, what will be the impact on the cash balance of the merging company shareholders?
सुमित वॉलंटरी लिखा आपने गलती से
Sorry? Hello?
वॉलंटरी लिखा आपने वॉलंटरी लिखा था गलती से
Oh, my fault. It's a mandatory. I said mandatory. Okay, I was confused. Sorry for this. Yeah, mandatory. Yeah. So, what would be the impact on the cash balance of the shareholders? What would be the impact? Think about it.
There is no involvement of cash, so no effect on cash.
There would not be any. Cash will not be having any impact. Right? So it will remain same, no change. What would be the impact on the securities balance? Old company or old company shares
replaced by the new company shares
is reduced to 0, right? Reduced to 0, and new company shares are allotted in the security account, right? Any question? For example, for one XYZ company share, 1.5 ABC shares are issued. That means what?
It should increase the number of.
If, for example, a shareholder was holding 1 share or 10 shares of XYZ Limited, that those 10 shares will become what? 0. In place of that, 15 new shares of ABC will come to their account. Yes or no?
Yes.
No. What would be the impact on the announcement date? What would be the impact on the share price? So the impact will depend on what? If the share swap ratio is favorable to XYZ, is favorable to what? To XYZ, then what will happen? Generally, the market price of XYZ shares increases. Yes or no?
Yeah.
By the amount of, let's calculate what is that amount, right? By certain amount, but by what amount? Let's see an example. For example, market price of XYZ share, market price at the time of announcement is 400 per share. What is the market price of XYZ share? 400 rupees per share. Okay. And Pradeep is holding 1000 shares of which company? XYZ. Okay. Now market price of ये market price किसका है? XYZ का. Similarly, market price of ABC on that day is equal to 300 rupees. What is the price? 300 rupees per share. Now, what will happen because of this merger? What will happen? Pradeep will be issued 1.5 share for every 1 share of ABC. So the shares of ratio is what? 1.5 share of ABC for 1 share of XYZ, right?
Share of XYZ.
So Pradeep's total number of shares will be how much? So before this,
1,500.
what was the net worth of Pradeep? What was the net worth? Before the issuance of this, what was the net worth of Pradeep? 1,000 shares into
4 lakh.
400. So 4 lakh, right? Now, after this, how many Pradeep's security account will have what? How many shares of ABC? 1,000 into 1.5. 1,500 shares of ABC. Right? And what is the what will become the net worth of Pradeep? 1,500 into
1,500.
1,500 into
300.
300. 4,50,000. So tell me, is this share swap ratio beneficial for XYZ shareholders or not?
3,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Even
yes.
if ABC's share price per share price is lower than the XYZ's per share price, but it is beneficial or not? It is beneficial, right? So share price of XYZ
Yes, it
will
is
increase
beneficial.
on announcement date. What will happen on the X date? On X date, XYZ shares will stop trading. Yes or no?
Yes.
On X date, XYZ shares will no more be there. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Short trading.
Why? Why they will not be there? Because the share will get delisted. The shares will get what?
Yes, Sumit. They will
Delisted, right? The shares will get delisted.
because XYZ is losing delisted.
Shares will be delisted. Sorry, somebody is saying something. Sorry. So XYZ shares would get delisted. Right? Is it clear? Tell me. Any question, guys? Anyone tell me? Any question on this?
No questions, sir.
Now, like merger, there is opposite of merger, which is what? Demerger.
Demerger.
Demerger, right? So demerger is what? Demerger is what? Spin-off. What it is? Demerger is what? Spin-off is equal to spin-off. Yes or no?
Sir, one doubt, sir. Sometimes that in case of real, we will take real example. DHFL, sir. DHFL is get merged with Piramal Enterprise, no, sir?
Piramal Enterprise, okay.
In that, they announced that there is no value for equity shareholders.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
So
sir?
you need to tell me who is there over here, who is not there over here. You have to clearly tell me. Because they कौन है वो clear नहीं है ना? I know what I'm saying. Who announced what? You said they announced no share value. So who is
Piramal
there?
Enterprises. Piramal Enterprises announced to they are going to acquire the DHFL, sir. Because they are in very much debt. So what happened is the promoter will get the amount, but the shareholder, the equity shareholder of DHFL, they won't get any value, sir.
Will they get shares of Piramal?
No, sir.
Okay. So what is your question now?
My question is in that that market valuation. In that case, what will happen, sir?
In that case, the value of DHFL will be 0 only, right?
Yeah, 0 only. So there will be no useful for retail investors.
No benefit. See, no benefit because see, you are the way you are saying. I don't know about that case, but you are saying that DHFL shareholders will not get even cash and will not get any Piramal shareholders, and their shares will and their shares will not exist, right? After this.
Yeah.
X date, their share would not be there. So who would go and buy the shares? Think about it.
No, nobody will get there. But in that case, what happened is the share price getting pumped from 20 rupees to 50 rupees for continuous upper circuit. Okay. And what happened is after that only the Piramal Enterprises tell that we are not going to pay the money or swapping for DHFL share for Piramal. And that case also will happen now, sir.
Yeah, I'm not able to understand what you are asking, Pradeep. You are saying after that, so first Piramal announced what? First Piramal
Piramal
said,
announced.
we will not give any cash.
First, Piramal announced that we are going to
let me
acquire.
write. Will not give any cash. Will not give any.
Will not give any cash.
Give not and will not give any Piramal shares, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now share price gone up. Share price of DHL gone up, right? DHL gone up. Okay. After that, what happens? Piramal came back and said what?
Piramal came back and said, the first thing is Piramal tell that we are going to acquire DHL. And after that, share price getting appreciated. DHL share price getting up.
No, stop. So that means Piramal only announced acquiring DHL. They didn't announce this ratio. Is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They didn't.
So because of which, if share of DHL is going up, that's fine. Because DHL shareholders would have thought that we would get value.
Yeah, we will get the value because Piramal is going to acquire. No?
Okay, so now you are.
So
making
after that, after that, they told that we are not going to pay anything for the retail investors as well as equity shareholders.
Okay, so now, here after that, share price is going up. Then the Piramal declared this thing.
Declared that we are not going to pay any cash or we are not going to give shares.
So what?
So in that case, after that, nothing will happen, sir. Nobody, retail investors get nothing, sir.
So are they? Is the price of DHL still going up?
No, sir. It's get delisted.
Bus. So this is what we discussed, right? Earlier you were not making sense. That's why I wrote it. Now you are making sense. See, shares of DHL gone up. Why? Were shareholders aware about these two things?
They don't know about this.
No.
They didn't know.
No,
about
sir.
it, right? The only news was that Piramal is going to acquire DHL, right?
DHL, yes, sir.
Shareholders would have thought that we would get Piramal's share, right? After that, Piramal said we are not going to give any cash, any Piramal. So obviously, who will trade? Obviously, trading would have stopped for DHL shares, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, kya hua isme? That's what happened, right? That's what I said.
Yeah,
They will
this
get
case,
zero.
I'm telling this. This case also will going to happen here. No, that's why I'm telling this.
Which share? Which case?
The previous example, merger thing, sir.
Merger mein, what is going to happen? Tell me. In
That
the
market
example which
valuation,
I
sir.
told you, I told you that XYZ announced that they will get they will give 1.5 ABC shares for every one shareholder of XYZ shareholders.
XYZ, yes, sir, yes, sir.
So they will get the value now. For 4 lakh rupees worth of net worth, they are going to get 4,50,000 worth of net worth.
Yes, sir.
So obviously share price will go up of XYZ. Because who will get 1.5 shares worth of 300 of ABC? Those who are owning the shares of XYZ before XD. Before XD. Before XD, right? So before XD, there would be a lot of demand of XYZ shares.
Yes, sir. But this case also will happen now, sir. That's the question. this type of case also. This is one first case, sir. That XYZ and ABC. And DHL and Piramal is the second case. I'm asking like that. This case also will happen now.
So that's why I wrote it down. So that is why we have written what? If the share swap ratio is favorable. If the share swap ratio is favorable. So market price of XYZ shares will increase. The second case which you are saying share swap ratio is not favorable. So obviously then the market price will not increase. Right?
It will not, it will not increase. That's the thing, sir.
Right. True. So I'm saying if share swap ratio is favorable, then market price of XYZ shares will increase by certain amount. Now that increase will be what? The increase will be, the share price should logically increase by what amount? 400,000 is going to become what?
4,50,000.
So you need to decide the price will not go above what? 450. 450. Yes or no? Because as soon as the price becomes 450, it becomes no profit, no loss situation. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It becomes equal, no? So if it goes above 450, then you should not go buy XYZ shares on which date? On before X date. Before X.
Before
on X date, so it will not be traded before X date.
It get delisted. Yes,
X date, it will get delisted. Right? So up to the value of whatever the value which is there in this by that time, till that the price can go up. If it is going beyond that, then you should not go and become a shareholder of XYZ, right? Because then there is no benefit, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. I'm clear, sir.
Okay.
I'm telling this case also will happen.
Correct. It can happen. It can happen. Yes, it can happen. Yes, so it is all we have to look at what? We have to look at what? In this kind of situation, we have to look at what?
Favorable swap ratio, share swap ratio.
If it is favorable
or not favorable,
then it is going to be the reason for the price increase. If it is not favorable, then it is not going to be the reason for price increase. And same happens for ABC also. You need to understand acquirer's share price also will move. Acquirer's share price will also be impacted if acquirer is a publicly listed company. In this case, acquirer's share price will what will happen to the acquirer's market price? It will be impacted. ABC share price will go down or not? Tell me. Because the shareholders of ABC will feel what? That will what? Is the share swap ratio favorable for ABC shareholders? Tell me.
It is favorable for XYZ, sir.
Not for ABC, right? So yes, ABC's shareholders will feel negative about this.
Negative about the yes, sir.
And there would be little fall in the price of ABC, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, but the thing is, it should be a listed company, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If ABC is a private company, then it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's look at demerger. Or we can also call it what? Spin-off. What?
Spin-off.
Let's take the attendance meanwhile. Yeah, one by one, please tell me. Omkar.
Present, sir.
Okay, what is the date? Present. Okay. Yunus.
Present, sir.
Vinayak. Ila. Roshan. Nikhil.
Present, sir. Roshan, sir.
Roshan.
Yes,
who is
sir.
present?
Roshan, sir.
Nikhil?
Sir, last day I was present, sir. Actually, I was in office, sir. So I messaged you, sir.
Where you message on the chat?
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, अब देखते हैं उसका क्या करना है. Nikhil, are you present? Nikhil? Rupesh? Rupesh, are you present? Madhvi?
Present, Sumit.
Salkapuram?
Yes, present.
Salkapuram Shruti? Shruti, are you present? Hello? Shruti, are you present? Hello? Nikhil, how many times should I take your name? If you are present, you can say, no, I'm present. I can see your name on the chat. Salkapuram Shruti is not present. Shruti is present. चलेगा. Nikhil, are you there? Nikhil, hello. ठीक है, नहीं होगा. चलेगा. Shruti is not present, right? Shubham?
Present, sir. Present.
Okay. Chimli Lokesh? Hari Babu? Srikara? Speaker, are you present? Yeah. Anjali? Abdul?
Yes, sir.
Pradeep?
Yes, sir.
Lokesh Sharma?
Present, sir. Present.
Adil? Bisaka Kumar? G. Revati? Anshika Garg? Yes, Sadika?
Present, Sumit.
Chetan Mittal?
Present, Sumit.
Pradeep Raju?
Present, Sumit.
Ajit Kumar? Prince Jain? Lumbini Pedapudi? Vinay Kumar Sangu? Krishna Chaitanya? Ankit Kumar?
Present, sir.
Mohit Sharma? Himakshi Jain? Anuja Kulkarni?
Present, Sumit.
Pratik Naidu?
Present, sir.
Anita K? Vishwanath? Vishwanath? Hunain? Sampath? Pani Kumar?
Present, Sumit.
Prachi Khadria?
Present, Sumit.
Varun? Saneza Riley? Sunny Kukreja? Anubhav Sanadhya? Anjani Dantuluri? Prashant?
Present, Sumit.
Abhishek?
Present, Sumit.
Viraj Ghosh? Malojala Pratyusha? Harish Kumar? Ketan? Aarti Pal?
Present, Sumit.
Shrutika?
Present.
Javed? Sumit Bose?
Present, sir.
Pranali?
Present, Sumit.
Srivastha?
And that's Sumit.
Ritik? Mega Satish? Agrim Gupta?
Present, sir.
So Varun said that he was present in the first half, right?
Sumit, I'm present.
I called your name. I waited for also your name, Manshika. You didn't respond it. I will have to again open it. This is just sheer wastage of time, Manshika. You should, when I call your name, you should say, "No, I'm present." Demerger or spin-off. So what is demerger or spin-off?
The company will demerge from the unprofitable. For example, if the company have lots of business within the same company, if the company thinks that this business is not doing well, so what they will do, they will simply demerge that particular section of that company, sir.
So basically, let's take an example, and with that example, let's learn it, right? For example, Reliance shares. Anshika, are you there? Anshika, are you there?
Yes, Sumit.
Can you tell me what is what is going to happen with the reverse stock split with respect to share price? What will happen on X date and on announcement date?
Reverse stock split.
Yeah. What first of all, what is reverse stock split? What is reverse stock split? Because I just realized you were not there when I called your name. Somebody would have messaged you and you would have come and told me, I'm there in the session. So quickly tell me, because I don't want to give free attendance. Tell me. What is reverse stock split? Meaning bata do. Tell me the meaning at least. What is reverse stock split, Anshika? Can you please tell me the meaning at least? How many times should I ask? Anshika, if you don't know, tell me. I was not there in the session. I don't know. Quickly tell me. It will save all of us time.
When the number of outstanding share decreases.
Number of? Hello?
Number of outstanding share decreases.
Why it decreases?
Due to reverse stock split.
So what is reverse stock split? What is reverse stock split? Huh? What is reverse stock split? Did I explain this? That the number of share prices decreases or number of shares decreases? Did I explain this way? The meaning of reverse stock split?
No.
So what did I explain last time? Also, I said articulation is everything, Anshika. So I will ask one more question, and then that will make me the point that were you present in the session or not.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give you one benefit of doubt, and I will ask one more question. Okay. Tell me, bonus shares are issued out of what? In order to issue
reserve and surplus.
Reserves and surplus. Okay, I'm giving attendance. But you must understand, Anshika, that reverse stock split also you should have given me the answer.
Yeah, I'll study an answer for sure.
It's fine. I have given you the attendance because you gave me one correct answer out of 2, which is fine. Okay. Let's take an example of demerger and understand it. For example, Reliance, guys. Reliance. So in Reliance, how many businesses are there? Just think about it. Reliance Jio. So Reliance Jio is what?
Reliance
Telecom
Jio,
business.
Reliance Retail.
Oil.
Okay. Petrochemical. They have petrochemical business.
Petrochemicals.
Right. Then they have refinery business. They have oil and gas business. Right.
Retail business. Sir.
They have retail. Yes. Reliance Fresh also. Reliance Retail also. Both are different. Reliance Fresh also.
Yeah.
Then Reliance Trend also.
So Sumit, I think
Digital
Reliance
also.
Trends is in retail only.
So it is their choice. Right now, everything is under Reliance also. You need to understand.
Yeah.
If they want to separate out electronics branch as a separate business, they can do it. You would have no idea how many businesses are there. They are into media also. TV18 is owned by Reliance, right? CNBC channel Money Control is owned by Reliance.
Cable services also Hathaway.
Hathaway is also there with them.
Automobiles are also.
Hathaway it is already listed.
It is already separate listed entity.
Entertainment करके है Reliance. So ये बहुत सारे businesses है. They have so many businesses. Now, for example, and this all is coming under one brand, which is Reliance, RIL, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm not writing Hathaway and not because media भी मैंने लिखता हूँ. Media के कुछ Reliance के अंदर में आते हैं लेकिन फिर भी नहीं लिखते. चलो, let's keep it simple. So all these branches are there in Reliance, and there are many more. All that comes only in one share. That is RIL share. For example, one share price is 2150. 2400. Okay. Missed my attendance. My laptop got off. विश्वनाथ क्या कर रहे हो यार? अब कल मुझे याद दिला देना. Just remind me tomorrow because again attendance के लिए we can't waste 24,000 hours, right? So Reliance one share is price how much? 2400, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if tomorrow Reliance decide to separately list Reliance Jio. Separately list which company? Reliance Jio. And what will happen? This will be called as what? Demerger. That's from there they are demerging one entity out of their.
Remind me tomorrow on that.
Multiple entities.
So from there, this they would yeah. So Reliance Jio have to separate out. So this company they are separating out. So what would be the impact of it? On cash balance of the shareholders, what would be the impact? First of all, would it be a mandatory or would it be a voluntary corporate action?
Voluntary corporate action.
Huh?
No, mandatory.
Mandatory or voluntary? I'm not just writing it down. I'm just copying the formula. Hello. Will it be a mandatory corporate action or voluntary corporate action? Huh? Would it be a mandatory
corporate actions?
Yes, it would be a mandatory corporate action. Why? Because it is not your choice. The company decided I'm going to demerge, I'm going to demerge. The best you can say is what? Give me the shares. But that's all you can say, right? Right. So what will happen to the cash balance? What will happen to the cash balance?
No effect on cash balance.
Remains same. No change in the cash balance because company is not doling out any cash to the shareholders, or neither it is asking for any cash from the shareholders, right? Nor it is giving any shares. But what will happen to the security balance? Currently, the security balance is, for example, one RIL share. One RIL share. What would be the impact of this? They will get what? Our Jio share also. Yes or no?
Yeah. RIL shares will decrease share capital.
नहीं शेयर कैपिटल नहीं डिक्रीज होगी शेयर क्या आप क्या बोल रहे हो प्राइस नहीं क्वांटिटी की बात कर रहे हैं अपन सिक्योरिटीज बैलेंस की बात कर रहे हैं वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सिक्योरिटीज बैलेंस ओवर हियर सो टेल मी व्हाट विल इट गो डाउन इट विल नॉट
No, security balance will remain same.
So we are talking about security balance. One Reliance Limited share is already there, for example. So on that they will get one Jio shares, but one Reliance shares will remain same with them, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Now, on announcement date, what will happen to the share price? On announcement date, what will happen to the share price of the Reliance?
Generally, it would increase because
generally it would
people are working
increase.
in investment bank companies.
It will increase. Why? Because it is unlocking the value. Because everybody will rush for Reliance ka share to buying Reliance ka share. Why? Because they know that if they bought it today and remain the shareholder till the X date, they would be eligible for Reliance Jio shares, right? Yes or no? So the demand for Reliance shares will increase. So the price of Reliance shares will increase generally. But what will happen on the X date? What will happen on the X date?
The price of Reliance share will adjust for the difference between the RGO.
Should adjust downwards, right?
Downwards, right?
Right. It should adjust downwards. for the RIL listing price. RIL Jio listing price, right? Jio listing, right? Because on that day, Jio will get listed, right? Is it clear? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So rather than writing Reliance Jio, I should write in a generic fashion. Generally, the share price would adjust downward based on the demerged entity, demerged company valuation, and remaining company है उसका business valuation, right? Remaining companies business valuation. Now I'm writing companies. Why? Because the same business can have multiple companies under it, which will remain in the same old entity, right? Like Reliance ka example. Though Reliance Jio is getting demerged, but other companies have their own separate valuation, yes or no? So based on all those companies' separate valuation, the price will be adjusted. Generally, it will be adjusted downward because the demerged entity would carry out its value from the whole sole entity, right? Any question? Any questions on this? Huh? Any question on this? Demerger or spin-off? Guys?
No questions.
Similar such security related common share security related corporate action can be buyback. Buyback, right? What is buyback offer?
The company is buying back their
Yeah, the
own
company is
shares
buying
because
back
they
the
think
shares
that
from the shareholders.
because the company is thinking that the share price of the particular company is less compared to the market price. Recently, TCS buy back their own shares.
You need to understand it is not when we think that the market price and the original price, it's
It
not
is
like
mainly done to increase the EPS also.
that. That is also a byproduct.
Earnings per share, and moreover, it shows that the company's promoters are confident in the business.
It is not. See, this is not all the reason. ठीक है, वो तो bonus share से भी पता चलता है, वो तो split से भी पता चलता है, but सबका अपना एक reason है. Split करने का reason क्या है? Why do companies go for splitting the shares?
उससे एक तो liquidity बढ़ जाता है.
Liquidity बढ़ती है. So I'll show you. Everyone has its own reason. देखो ये common reason तो सही है, चेतन आप जो बोल रहे हो गलत नहीं है कि confidence है management का, ये वो है, future है, सब बढ़िया, ये तो सबके लिए, वो bonus के लिए भी है, dividend के लिए, सबके लिए वो common चले जाते हैं. But सबका एक individual एक different reason होता है. तो for example guys, if you go and look at MRF का share price. What is the MRF share price? What is the MRF share price? 68,000.
68,000.
Now, for example, if you want to invest 10,000 rupees, can you buy this share? You like this share, but you have only 10,000 for investment. Can you buy this share?
No, we can buy a minimum of one share that will cost us 68.
So at least still we need to have 68,000. Then only we can buy. Otherwise, we have to look for some other company, right?
Right.
So if this shares get split into 10:1 ratio, what would be the adjusted price?
6,800.
6,800. Now at 10,000, would you be able to buy it?
Yeah, we'll be able to buy it.
So those participants who are not able to participate in buying and selling of MRF, they would also start buying and selling, and it would result into what? Liquidity of the stock. That means liquidity. And second, volume.
Yeah, the
right
daily
now,
traded volume will increase.
Traded volume will increase. Right now, for example, I don't think more than 25,000 shares.
Yeah, on normal days, I guess it is 10,000, 12,000 only.
Let's look at it. एक देख लेते हैं ताकि क्या सबको उस चीज का वो हो जाए. वॉल्यूम दिख रहा है कहीं पे? ये तो मनी कंट्रोल पे आता है वैसे तो वॉल्यूम तो
हाँ वो एनएसई की साइट पे भी आ जाएगा.
हाँ एक बार मनी कंट्रोल पे देख लेते हैं. मनी कंट्रोल पे खोल देते हैं और कौन सा शेयर दिख रहे थे पर एमआरएफ.
एमआरएफ
ये होना चाहिए. लेट्स गो फॉर दिस. हाँ यही है. अब इसका वॉल्यूम आप देखेंगे. वॉल्यूम टेल्स व्हाट हाउ मेनी शेयर्स गेट्स ट्रेडेड. तो कितना? 7,000 shares. Now when the share price becomes 6,000 after a split of 10, everything else constant, volume will also become 77,000. Yes or no?
Yes sir, 10 times it will increase.
10 times, right? Because 10 times number of 1/10 price हो रहा है, तो 10 times number of shares can be traded. Exactly 10 times होगा guarantee नहीं है boss. Guarantee नहीं, but I'm telling you everything else constant. मतलब उसमें बाकी सब चीजें अपन constant रख रहे हैं because share price कुछ भी हो सकता है share market में, right? तो volume can increase. Right now अगर मैं इसी की जगह if I compare those who are not able to understand this volume thing, only 7,000 shares are traded in the entire day. इसके जगह पर अगर ITC को देखेंगे
तो करोड़ में है.
So ITC का वॉल्यूम कितना है?
41 crore.
4 crore 16 lakhs.
4 crore 16.
4 crore 16 lakh shares exchange hands, right? So why the volume is very high? One of the reasons कई share price है. Share price कितना है? 231. Price per share is low, right? So many a times in order to increase the liquidity in your stock, you go for what? Share split, right? ये reason है only किसके लिए?
Split के लिए.
Share split के लिए. Bonus के लिए main reason क्या है? You have a lot of reserves and surplus.
Yeah.
Shareholders are expecting reward from you in the form of dividend because you have a lot of reserves and surplus, Chetan.
Right.
Shareholders are not fool. They are not asking for dividend just because other companies are giving. Comparable basis पे नहीं बोल. वो बोल रहे हैं कि आपके पास reserves and surplus पड़े हैं, तो आप हमें क्यों नहीं दे देते हो boss? Right? हमें क्यों नहीं दे देते? तो company, but company is having expansion plan. They know if right now if they're giving more dividend, then they will have to, in order they will have to borrow money, or they will have to go for FPO.
The cash in hand
public
will
offer.
decrease basically. They will not
है ना?
have enough
हाँ.
spending power.
तो इसलिए रिजर्व एंड सरप्लस को कम भी कर दिया और शेयरहोल्डर्स को भी कुछ कर दिया, बोनस दे दिया. उसी प्रकार बायबैक का भी अपना एक रीजन है. व्हाट इज द रीजन? थिंक अबाउट इट.
शेयर होल्डर्स को बढ़िया रिटर्न मिल जाएगा. And
by giving the investor
the number of
confidence.
outstanding shares will decrease.
दो टू एंड. सबसे पहले कंपनी feels that if they give dividend, it will result into expectation every year.
Right.
जैसे कोई कंपनी 10 रुपीज पर शेयर डिविडेंड दे रही है. कंपनी कितना डिविडेंड दे रही है? 10 रुपीज पर शेयर हिस्टोरिकली. ठीक है. सडनली एक साल वो दे देगी 500 रुपीज पर शेयर. नेक्स्ट ईयर व्हाट वुड बी द एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ शेयर होल्डर्स?
Shareholders will think that the dividend will be increased.
This time also 500 will come. At least 500 will come because it creates a expectation. तो कंपनी को ये एक्सपेक्टेशन क्रिएट नहीं करनी है, बिकॉज कंपनी को वन टाइम प्रॉफिट हुआ है या फिर कंपनी हैविंग अ लॉट ऑफ कैश राइट नाउ, बट वंस दे गिव 500 रुपीस डिविडेंड, दैट कैश वुड गेट यूज्ड.
The cash reserves will be depleted.
Next year they would not have that. Then what will happen? Unwantedly share price of the company will fall. Shareholders will get furious. बोलेंगे यार 500 का डिविडेंड पिछली बार दिया था, इस बार 20 रुपए का दिया, ये क्या तरीका है? जबकि कंपनी सोच रही है हमने अपना नॉर्मल शेयर डिविडेंड को 10 से 20 कर दिया, लोग खुश होंगे. बट कंपनी ये नहीं जानती कि they have done mistake by giving 500 rupees dividend. They created a trajectory at an expectation, but they want to reduce their cash. Why? Because they do not have any opportunity to invest that cash.
Right.
They don't have any opportunity to invest into that cash, and they don't want to give dividend. Why? Because it would create
because it will raise the expectations of the shareholders.
So what is the best option available? But they want to reward, because otherwise shareholders will come, boss cash क्या कर रहे हो cash? So they will use what? Buyback, because buyback is not a regular activity.
Right.
So they will say कि we will go for buyback at a price which is a premium to the market price.
Right.
So shareholders will be rewarded, right? So it will be two ways thing. One, the shareholders who want to get out of that company will be decently, handsomely rewarded, and those, because they are getting the price which is market price से ऊपर है, premium पे, right? And those who remain, they also get advantage. Why? Because earning per share will increase, their holding will increase. Yes or no?
Right.
So buyback का ये रहता है to reward the shareholders by giving them excess cash, and that will result into satisfaction to those shareholders who always wanted to exit, and satisfaction to those shareholders who wanted to stay. क्योंकि जो stay करना चाहते हैं वो buyback में participate नहीं करेंगे, उनकी holding increase हो जाएगी. For example, दो shareholders है, चेतन, एक कंपनी के दो ही shareholders है, चेतन and प्रदीप.
Percentage shareholding increase हो जाएगी उनकी.
दोनों के पास में 100 shares. Company has given an offer to buy back 50% of the shares. To buy back how much percentage of the share? 50% of the shares.
50% of the shares.
Chetan opted for it. So Chetan tendered his 50 shares. Tendered is how much shares?
50.
For example, 40%. 40%. 40%. Okay. So company is offering for 40% buyback per shareholder. So proportionate क्या है?
40 shares.
Chetan tendered this offer by giving his 40 shares. Now Chetan is left for how many shares?
60
shares.
Pradeep didn't want to participate into, so Pradeep did tender his any of the shares. It is तो उसका Pradeep का 0. तो Pradeep के पास कितना shares रह गए?
100
shares.
Before this buyback, Chetan का share
both were 50-50 shareholders.
क्योंकि company के total shares 200 ही है. That's what we said. There are only 2 shareholders in the company, right?
Right.
तो Chetan का proportion कितना था?
50-50 percentage था दोनों का.
Now, after buyback, what would be the proportion? सबसे पहले तो number of shares will get down to what?
160.
So what would be the proportion?
37.5%.
38 and 63.
63.5. हाँ वही मतलब decimal.
हाँ मतलब 37 point something and 62 point something.
Right.
Right. So Pradeep is also happy. Why? Because he never wanted to get rid of the shares. So he is happy. Why? Because his holding in the company has increased. Chetan is happy not because his holding is decreased, but because he must have got premium value than the market price. Right? ये एक after effect हो जाता है.
Right.
तो ये आ गया वापस बायबैक में. ठीक है. So buyback क्या है? It's an offer. Buyback offer through tender offers. Basically, it happens what? Stock repurchase from the company is repurchasing the stock, right? Now, will it be a mandatory corporate action or more voluntary corporate action?
Voluntary.
Voluntary. Just now I explained, right? It is Pradeep's choice. He wants to participate or not, right?
Voluntary.
So it would be a voluntary corporate action.
Yeah.
So if it is a voluntary corporate action, funny, and if participant says yes, I want to participate, what will happen to his cash balance? What will happen to
Cash balance?
Will increase, Sumit, because he is giving shares to
cash
company.
balance will increase. Yes. Why?
Yeah.
Because company will pay him
Yeah.
money. And what would happen to securities
Share
balance?
Securities
will
balance will decrease.
Will reduce. Decrease to the extent of? Decrease to the extent of?
Shares bought back by the company.
Extent of buyback?
Because, not all the shares
accepted
are
by the
bought
company.
back.
Buyback accepted by the company. Yeah. Now, and if participants say no, that means shareholders say no, I don't want to participate. So non-participants, like Pradeep,
both
for
will
them,
remain
what will
same.
happen? Would there be any? They are saying no.
Both will remain same.
So cash balance. What will happen to cash balance? No
Constant.
change.
Remain
It will be
same.
same.
Securities also same.
And securities balance will also remain same.
Same.
पर proportion हम नहीं निकाल रहे, otherwise proportion क्या होता है, increase होता है, right? And what will happen to the announcement of this? Generally, the market
price will start improving,
increasing,
increase,
and it will go to up to the offered price in the buyback, right?
Depends on mortgage.
Yes. So generally, the market price of the shares will increase, right?
Yes.
Any question? Any question?
No, Sumit.
Similarly, another such event or corporate action can be liquidation. You can also call it what? Winding up of the company. Winding up of the company. It's also corporate action. It can be in two manners. Liquidation can happen in two ways. Liquidation can happen in two ways. One is bankruptcy. And here the liquidation will happen what? Through court orders, yes or no? If the company can get bankrupt, the liquidation will happen through
third party.
Court order. Through court order. Court will order for this. Or liquidation can also be voluntary, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Delisting or Sumit, this complete buyback is it also comes under liquidation, right?
Complete buyback is not allowed unless you are bankrupt or you are voluntarily delisting your company. You are winding up the company. Complete buyback is not allowed. For example, TCS is cash-rich company, it cannot become complete shareholders free. ऐसा नहीं होता.
Okay. Like there is this rule now where the promoters in a company cannot own more than 75% of the paid up capital.
But zero भी नहीं हो सकता ना?
नहीं, but zero तो है ना काफी companies का, like ITC.
नहीं तो promoter समझे नहीं, shareholders तो है ना उसके अंदर.
Public
holding
I'm just saying, like
if share holding zero नहीं बन सकती है. Are you getting what I'm saying?
If a company wants to go private again, so in that case what we will
फिर भी उसके कोई ना कोई shareholders तो होंगे. Are you getting my point?
हाँ.
देखिए, company is an, अब सोचिए वो logically भी allowed नहीं है और legally भी allowed नहीं है. Shareholders has to be there because अदरवाइज तो क्या होगा कि कोई बेनिफिशियरी होगा, शेयर होल्डर नहीं होगा, उसका कोई बेनिफिशियरी होगा जो कि इसकी तरह होगा, किसकी तरह, विजय माल्या की तरह, या फिर कोई करप्ट कंपनी, कोई करप्ट, कोई क्रिमिनल, या फिर कोई ये माफिया, कोई इस तरह का होगा, या फिर ये टेररिस्ट होगा। ऐसे काम चलना चालू हो जाएगा, बिकॉज देन कंपनी विल बिकम व्हाट, कोई शेयर होल्डर ही नहीं होगा, कंपनी विल बिकम व्हाट।
हाँ तो प्राइवेट हो जाएगी ना।
प्राइवेट नहीं है, प्राइवेट में भी तो शेयर होल्डर होता है, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड। भले वो डी लिस्ट होना इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग, डी लिस्ट डजंट मीन दैट इट्स अ बाईबैक टू जीरो, बाईबैक टू जीरो नहीं हो रहा, बाईबैक इज नॉट विद पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ जीरो शेयर्स, शेयर होल्डर्स तो रहेंगे,
शेयर होल्डर्स के
अदरवाइज
पास
वो
तो होगा
एक
वो लिमिट। हाँ, इट वोंट बी ट्रेडेड ऑन एक्सचेंज बट द शेयर्स विल बी देयर।
shares will be there, zero shareholding, shares वाली companies allowed नहीं है। You people, because it is what is a natural, no, it is a non-natural person. Company is a legal entity but non-natural person, right? So it has to be have a natural face, right? Otherwise it will become a puppet of someone whom we will not be able to catch, even and it is becoming even more difficult with this Bitcoin world, right? Blockchain technology की वजह से बहुत ज्यादा complicated हो जाएगा, हम कभी पकड़ ही नहीं पाएंगे। ऑलरेडी ऐसे केसेस है बहुत से,
राइट।
वो इलीगल और टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटीज करेगी और बेनामी कंपनीज होती है, और या फिर ऐसी, उसका एक वर्ड को वर्ड याद नहीं आ रहा है, कंपनीज जो होती है, मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल भी दिया था कि हाउ द शेयर्स ऑफ दिस चाइनीज कंपनीज आर लिस्टेड इन यूएस थ्रू अ शेल कंपनी, तो वो एक कंपनी शेल कंपनी हो जाएगी, राइट? तो फिर शेल कंपनी में बेनिफिशियरीज होते हैं, उनको आइडेंटिफाई करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। Sorry, somebody saying something?
Salmon versus Salmon, are you talking about?
I'm not talking about any specific case. I'm saying कि वो कंपनी शेल कंपनीज हो जाती है। मैंने आपको
Shell
एक बताया
company.
था, शेल कंपनीज, SHELL, शेल कंपनी।
हाँ, instead of shareholders there will be only one owner, that is beneficial owner.
हाँ, और वो बेनिफिशियल को ढूंढना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा अगर उसकी आइडेंटिटी क्लियर नहीं हो पा रही, राइट? इसलिए लीगली अलाउड नहीं है, शेयर होल्डर्स होने जरूरी है, भले ही वो प्राइवेट हो या पब्लिक। Only in case of winding up, shareholding can become zero, because then company itself is not existing, right? हाँ, अब liquidation होता है तो it will be a mandatory event, not a, if liquidation happens, it is going to be a mandatory event, right?
Yes, sir.
Mandatory corporate action. So what will happen to the cash balance? Think about it. What will happen with the cash balance?
Increase.
Increase.
Think about it, guys. It is not mandatory to increase. So better word is may increase. Why?
It may increase.
Because in the event of liquidation, shareholders will be paid in the last. Assets will be sold. And
Common
the
equity
value,
shareholders
whatever
will
they
be paid in
get,
last.
will be first paid to whom? First paid to lenders. And lenders may be secured lenders.
Secured
Yes or no?
lenders. Right.
Right? Secured lenders का पहले मिलेगा, right? So
then
we don't know.
Shareholders.
Then preferred shareholders.
Then last
then
common
equity shareholders if anything is left. So it is not mandatory that cash will increase. It will not decrease. That's so mandatory. Because at the time of winding up, company will not ask for more money from shareholders. But it increase होगा कि नहीं होगा वो क्या है? May increase. Depends on what? Liquidation proceeds. Depends on liquidation proceeds. क्या कितने पैसे आते हैं through liquidation उस पर depend करता है, right? Depends on liquidation proceeds. Or it can remain same. Cash balance can remain same. I'm writing remain same so that because it cannot decline. So either it will increase or it will remain same. There is no third option. Okay? Yeah. And what will happen to securities balance? It will reduce
go
to
zero.
Reduce to
Zero.
And what will happen at the announcement date? Because it X date पे तो it will delisted, but announcement with what will happen? Generally, it will tend to be a negative news.
Yeah, price will go down generally.
The market price
LC पे LC लगते हैं.
will fall. और X date पे तो वो shares रहेंगे नहीं.
Zero ही हो जाएगा, delist हो जाएगा.
It will fall in case of liquidation, bankruptcy liquidation, right? Especially in case of what? Bankruptcy driven liquidation. In case of bankruptcy driven liquidation. In case of voluntary liquidation, जरूरी नहीं है share price go down. It can go up also. Right? Because if liquidation, all depends on what? Liquidation proceeds. So company has declared that we are voluntarily delisting. No, delisting नहीं, liquidate हो रहे हैं. ये delisting का केस नहीं है, किसका केस है? Liquidation का केस है. So we are voluntarily liquidating our business, and per shareholder, because we don't have any debt, so we do not have to pay any proceeds to debt. So if we don't have preferred shareholders, so per shareholders we are going to distribute 15 rupees. How much? Company has done this mathematics. Voluntarily liquidate कर रही है. Per shareholders, what is the cash they are going to distribute? 1500. How much? 1500. And the market price right now is 700. क्या होगा? What will happen on the announcement date?
The price will increase.
Price will increase drastically. Yes or no?
Upper circle, sir. Yes, sir.
Upper circle.
Exaware, sir. For example, Exaware is doing this.
अच्छा, Exaware कर रहे अभी?
I don't understand Hindi, sir, but Exaware is they doing this only, voluntary liquidation, sir.
So उसमें देखो, so proceeds कितना मिल रहा है, उस पे बहुत depend करेगा कि share price increase होती है या decrease होती है.
Increase, sir. It getting increased, sir.
हाँ, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो किसके ऊपर depend करेगा? Liquidation proceeds के ऊपर depend.
I don't understand Hindi, sir.
I'm saying it's a function of what? Liquidation proceeds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's a function of liquidation proceeds. So in case of voluntary, it all depends on liquidation process. In case of mandatory in case of bankruptcy driven liquidation, 80% or 90% of the cases market price will fall on. Because bankruptcy driven liquidation, it is driven by court order, and largely it happens only when companies do not have any value left for shareholders. Then only bankruptcy driven liquidation would get proceed. I guess it's already 8. We can continue from tomorrow on, from here onwards. Sure. Yeah, any question, by the way, before leaving? Any question?
Yes, but it is. I have a question, but it is not related to the course. It in general was like this ITC we were talking about, like the promoters have zero shareholding. So what exactly is their interest in the company? You know, like they won't be getting any shares in the profits of the company or anything like that.
Oh, एक second. बहुत सारे. Are you asking multiple different questions in one question? First of all, they do not have what? Promoter shareholding. That's what you are saying, right?
Right.
What is the second question?
So what will be the interest of, the senior leadership in that company? Like, they will be getting only salaries and everything. So, if there is this promoter that is heading the company, so they are doing it for the benefit of themselves as well as the shareholders also. Like the investor sentiment to just keep up.
What you are saying is also one of the reasons why ITC share prices becomes range bound.
Exactly.
Right. So what you are saying, your observation is not wrong. It is a concern from many years now. Right. That British Tobacco is not given power. Government doesn't want British Tobacco to become the face of the shareholders. So they do not let British Tobacco buy up to certain level, because then they would be declared as promoter, and nor government is promoter. Why? Because government is also not holding that much of stake. Government is not directly holding, right? It is holding through LIC. It is holding directly also.
ESG का concern भी बन जाता है थोड़ा.
Majority नहीं create कर पा. So this is a concern because of which share price, and that's why management is always questions and challenge on this. That
The
Everything for your
chairman is
own
always
benefit.
questioned about the same thing.
So with respect to ITC, your observation is correct. That is why the share this is one of the reasons the share prices are range bound. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? If not, then we can close off the session, guys. See you tomorrow.
Sir.
Yeah, bolo. Tell me.
Okay.
Tell me.
In case of liquidation, the cash balance will also go negative now.
Whose cash balance, my dear friend? Whose cash balance? We are talking about shareholders' perspective. We are not talking about issuers' perspective. We are taking all these corporate actions ka event from whose perspective? Investors and security holders.
Security holders.
So why for shareholders cash balance will go down? From your personal account, company is not going to, because you are a limited liability partner. Hello? Shareholder is a limited liability partner. Your liability is only to the extent of the money you have paid while buying the shares.
Yes, sir. But what happened is, for example, Reliance is voluntarily applied for they applied for bankruptcy, not voluntarily, they applied for bankruptcy. So in that case, whether is there any cash left for shareholders, sir?
That depends on what value. See that Pradeep, that depends on what value all the assets of the Reliance will be sold. If all the assets of the Reliance are sold for 10,000 rupees and all the liabilities which Reliance has is 8,000 rupees, so obviously there would be cash left for the shareholders, 2,000 rupees.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In case if the debt is 10,000 crore and the
assets are sold for 10,000 crore.
5,000 crore. If asset value is only 5,000 crore,
then the debt will be paid in proportion. The debt holders will be paid in proportion if all the debt holders are of same nature. But in there also, if there is a hierarchy, if there is a secure debt holder, then first secure debt holders will be paid in full.
Yes. But retail investor will get nothing now, sir.
Retail investors will not get anything. But negative nahi hoga. You are saying if the balance can go negative.
Negative,
I said wrongly.
I said wrongly.
So that's something we have already written, that they may receive some cash, depends on liquidation process. That means if the liquidation process is zero for them, then they will receive zero.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. And Yunus, I will share this. Yeah.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, when we can expect level 2 tests, sir, means in last week of March or what, sir?
Which test?
Level 2 mock test, sir.
Mock test, you see, this tomorrow we'll have asset management, right?
Yes, sir.
And we'll complete this and we'll take asset management, and then there would be one session on refresher, in which also I will take asset management, some portion of asset management, and refresher we will, because refresher is something which can't be done in the class. Think about it. It is to be done by yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
You guys have to go through all the videos again, and you guys have to go through the files and your notes and everything. But yes, if you guys will have any questions, I will take. So yeah, next weekend onwards we can expect. Or it can start from Sunday, but I don't think Sunday se start over. Next Sunday se nahi hoga. It should generally start from next weekend.
Okay, so last week of March, sir, we can expect. Okay, thank you, sir.
वो देख लेता हूँ मैं एक बार क्या है. हाँ, 19th.
Kindly transfer this Excel.
Which Excel? This Excel, right? No, this Excel I will transfer tomorrow. I'll share this Excel tomorrow, right?
Okay,
that's
sir,
what we do. Every
no
Sunday I am doing, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
I'll transfer it tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions, Pradeep?
No, sir. I'm getting clear, sir.
Okay, yaar. But Sadika, I feel really disappointed. Yaar, you are always in office. I don't know if your office goes for 4 hours. I don't know what is the timing of your office.
Hi, Sumit. Like the last 2 weeks were too hectic for me. I work like for 15 hours each day.
Right now also,
7 days.
Right now also you are in office?
Right now, no. I reached back home.
Okay. So yeah, okay. Do go through the videos. If you have any questions, please ask. Right?
Yeah. Sure, Sumit. Sure, I will. I have so many pending videos right now to go through. Like level 2 के half topics मैंने cover किए हैं, still half हैं जो I have to.
Okay. Go ahead. All right.
Sir, the recorded sessions, where do they get saved? Like on YouTube?
Yeah, that you asked.
I have a link I can share with you.
Yeah,
They share the link.
Because I have no understanding of where the videos. I do not get videos, by the way, guys. And I do not get the links. Right. So
We
this even
have it.
asked.
Yeah.
Sir, I'll get in touch with them. They'll share me the link.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Do practice and do study, and we'll meet tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, bye.